Chapter 1467. Wu Jueqing chuckled. He turned his head and looked at the wound on his shoulder that was emitting black gas and dripping black blood at the same time. It was as if the wound wasn't on his body. He said, "If I had known that the Dharma Supreme had such a technique, the situation would have been better. But now, I was fully on guard against his lawful embodiment of heaven and earth technique. I didn't expect him to have such a trick up his sleeve." Chu Yang nodded darkly. "This poison is very strange. It seems to be demonic energy, but it doesn't seem like it." Wu Jueqing said indifferently, "What's not like it? It's just that some soul poison has been added. It's the poison of the extraterrestrial demon." He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. There was a special meaning in his voice as he said word by word, "This is the poison of the extraterrestrial demon." Chu Yang's eyes suddenly flashed and became somewhat gloomy. He didn't say anything. Ever since the Dharma Supreme suddenly said that Chu Yang was an extraterrestrial demon, I've been a little puzzled. Wu Jueqing said indifferently, "Others may not know, but I do. The extraterrestrial demon is not a made-up name. It's a real existence." Chu Yang sucked in a breath of air and intensified the circulation of energy in his hands. The black aura on Wu Jueqing's wound became thicker and thicker. His other hand was also circulating energy, forcing all the black blood and poisonous gas into the corroded holes in the ground. He said, "Yes, the extraterrestrial demons really do exist." Wu Jueqing's eyes flashed. He said, "Oh, so you know about it too?" His words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Chu Yang deliberated and said, "Yes, I know. The extraterrestrial demons really do exist. This is something that my ancestors told me. I can know about it. You are the Tribulation Sword Master. No matter what, you should know some secrets. So it's not surprising that you know about it." Wu Jueqing said indifferently, "But for the Dharma Supreme to know about it, that's intriguing." Chu Yang nodded slowly. "Yes. At that time, I was already suspicious. Could it be that the law enforcement officers had inherited this information? But I didn't expect that the Dharma Supreme himself would have such pure extraterrestrial demon energy." Wu Jueqing said slowly. The black gas on his face was gradually fading away. His face was back to its original fair and clean appearance. The bones in his body. There were also popping sounds. That was the heavy pill healing his injuries. This process was rather painful, but Wu Jueqing's expression didn't change. "It seems that these things, it happened to someone else." "You mean, the Dharma Supreme is in cahoots with the extraterrestrial demons?" Chu Yang asked cautiously. "Collude?" Wu Jueqing sneered and said, "He's not worthy." "Oh?" Chu Yang frowned. "It is said that in the ancient times, there was once an earth-shattering battle. And that time, a supreme expert perished, and at the same time, a few heavenly kings of the extraterrestrial demons also perished. As for their legacies, from then on, they are scattered between heaven and earth in an incomplete state." Wu Jueqing said dispassionately, "Based on my guess, the Dharma Supreme has probably only obtained a fragment of it, that's all. If he had gotten just a little bit more, I would have died a long time ago." Chu Yang nodded. "I see." Putting all the clues together, Chu Yang immediately understood. Presumably, it was the time when the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor resisted the foreign invasion. The result of the battle was tragic. As he spoke, the black aura had already flowed out of the wound on Wu Jueqing's shoulder. His blood had turned bright red. Wu Jueqing said softly, "Release my cultivation." Chu Yang frowned and said, "You still need to wait for a while. There's still residual poison in your body." He was also very surprised. This was the first time he had seen it. There were still poisons in this world that the heavy pill couldn't completely remove. "There's no need." Wu Jueqing said dispassionately, "I know what you're thinking. The heavy pill can remove this poison, but the last bit of the poison has already penetrated deep into the life force. Once the poison is removed, the life force will also be removed. Therefore, this part can't be forced out by the medicinal effect, but by my own life force and inner energy." Chu Yang understood at once. He hurriedly released Wu Jueqing's cultivation. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly and said, "When I'm done with forcing out the poison, I'll ask you some things. Is that all right?" Chu Yang's eyes showed that he was in a difficult position. He knew what Wu Jueqing wanted to ask, but if he answered him now, would Wu Jueqing be able to accept it? Let's talk about it after you're done forcing out the poison, said Chu Yang. What I can tell you, I'll definitely tell you. Wu Jueqing's eyes flashed. He murmured, what you can tell me, you'll definitely tell me. In other words, there are still things you can't tell me? Chu Yang smiled lightly. Your life force is now trapped by the poison. It's better to remove the poison as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Wu Jueqing looked at his back view, his eyes shining brightly and also a little agitated. There's indeed an inside story. Wu Jueqing took a deep breath. Even with his cultivation and willpower, when he thought of this question, he actually couldn't hold it in. Chu Yang walked out of the cave and stood in the snow, frowning in deep thought. Mo Qingwu was arranged to cultivate in the cave. Dong Wushang and the other two were also guarding Wu Jueqing. Now that they were here, of course, there was no need for any guards. The reason why Chu Yang made such arrangements was nothing more than to give himself some peace and quiet to think about some things. It's really very contradictory. Chu Yang looked at the misty sky and murmured softly to himself. Right now, there were two things in his heart that he still couldn't make a decision about. The first thing was about Mo Qingwu. The second thing was about Wu Jueqing. These two things were actually more or less the same. They were related to their respective secrets. Chu Yang had always been worried about Mo Qingwu's dream. Tell her? Or not tell her? Judging from the current situation, Mo Qingwu would awaken sooner or later. When that time came, would it be very harmful for her to know about it herself? But if he told her in advance that she was only 15 years old now, would she be able to accept it? The other thing was about Wu Jueqing. Chu Yang already understood what exactly was going on with Wu Jueqing back then. But if he were to tell him, he really didn't know what the consequences would be. Chu Yang fell into a deep dilemma. A figure flashed and Mo Lei appeared beside him. She said softly, Big Brother seems to have something on his mind? Ever since she confirmed her relationship with Dong Wushang, Mo Lei had been following Dong Wushang and calling him Big Brother. Chu Yang sighed. Mo Lei smiled and said, Big Brother should have something on his mind for a long time, right? Chu Yang replied, yes. Mo Lei said, half a year ago. I already realized that Big Brother had something on his mind. It has been dragging on until now, but it still hasn't been resolved. Wushang is a one-track-minded person. He's currently guarding Senior Wu, so this little sister came out to ask. Chu Yang nodded and said, Of course I admire the Black Devil's observation skills. Mo Lei smiled and said, Big Brother, why don't you tell me? Chu Yang pondered and said, There's something that concerns someone. She will know about it sooner or later, but I'm hesitating whether I should tell her in advance or not. Mo Lei also pondered. After a long time, she said, I only have one suggestion, and that is, since you already know but she doesn't and she will know about it sooner or later, then, the longer you hide it, the more disadvantageous it will be. The more damage it will cause. Chapter 1468. What's new today? Mo Tianji asked Ao Xieyun and Rue Budong, who had just returned from the battle. The two of them belonged to different clans. During the battle, the dragon and phoenix did not suppress their pride at all. They always wanted to suppress the other party. Regardless of whether it was cultivation, mental state, comprehension of power, etc., everything was like this. The reason why Mo Tianji brought the dragon and phoenix out was because he was afraid that after separating them, they would fall behind each other's progress. Now, it seemed that this goal had been achieved. Nothing new. Ao Xieyun said casually, among the few clans, only the second wave of reinforcements from the Yi clan has arrived. As for the Shi clan's reinforcements, most of them have already died. The other clans haven't arrived yet. Mo Tianji nodded. Any new movements from the law enforcement officers? None. Logically speaking, the Ling clan is closer than the Yi clan. But they haven't arrived yet. Mo Tianji pondered. Budong, go and tell Li Wubua to send people to keep an eye on the Ling clan. I reckon that the Ling clan is going to launch a surprise attack. All right. Rue Batong turned and left. Any movements from the Big Brother and the rest? Mo Tianji asked Ao Xieyun. Nothing. In this battle, the Big Brother, Wu Shang and little Wu didn't take action. Instead, it was the four of them, Gu Lao Air, Xietu, Silly Bird Ji, and Idiot Luo who took action frequently. Ao Sheyan remembered the nicknames of his brothers very clearly. Furthermore, he always talked about them. Even if he was beaten up because of them, he would never tire of it. Huh. Mo Tianji frowned. It's actually very easy to distinguish. Ao Sheyan smiled and said, as long as the big brother takes action, there will definitely be some kind of vigorous movement in the battle. There will also be that kind of arrogant and domineering laughter. It's similar to this. As he spoke, Ao Sheyan imitated Dong Wushang's posture. He puffed out his chest, protruded his stomach, and opened his mouth wide. Using a domineering and arrogant posture, he laughed loudly. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Second Master Dong is here. Mo Tianji stared at him. Suddenly, his face darkened. When Dong Wushang did the same action, it was heroic and arrogant. However, when Ao Sheyan imitated it, it felt like he was acting. Go on. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes. That's right. I didn't hear Dong Wushang's voice in this battle. That's why boss didn't make a move. Ao Sheyan said, but I've heard so many other voices that I've grown calluses in my ears. What words? Mo Tianji regretted it the moment he spoke. I heard someone shouting coldly, die. This was Gu Duxing. Someone was shouting, watch out. This was Xie Danqiao. Someone was also shouting, a wu. This was Luo Kadi. There was another voice calling out excitedly, dog ant, dog auntie. Ao Sheyan used an almost lifelike imitation. Described the sounds on the battlefield. PFFF, Mo Tianji spat out a mouthful of tea onto Ao Sheyan's face. Ao Sheyan wiped the tea with an innocent look on his face. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Tianji coughed violently for a while. Then, he said unhappily, don't talk about this kind of thing in the future. He was very angry that Ao Sheyan had broken the calm and self-restraint that he had always displayed. Ao Sheyan said angrily, I'm just trying to ease your mood. How dare you spit on my face? Mo Tianji rolled his eyes. He thought for a while and said, looks like nothing has happened on Gu Duxing's side. But on Big Brother's side, something abnormal has definitely happened. Ao Sheyan was startled. Oh? Then do we need to? Mo Tianji thought for a while. He said, with Big Brother's cultivation, if he is together with Dong Wushang and the rest, this heavenly layer can't do anything to them. There are only a handful of them. If there are really enemies, then there's nothing we can do even if we rush over. So, let's wait quietly. The heavenly false sword star is bright now. Nothing will happen to Big Brother. What we need to do now is to settle the matters here first. Mo Tianji said, we can't be distracted by other things. And I've been stalling for time, so that everyone can grow in battle. Otherwise, once the Li clan is destroyed, it will be difficult for us to find such an opportunity again. Ao Sheyan understood tacitly and smiled. Yes, if they waited until the Li clan was destroyed, it would be really difficult to find such an opportunity. With such a powerful force at the front as cannon fodder, and the few of them just training, it would be really difficult to find such an opportunity. How's Li Xiong too? Mo Tianji asked. His injuries are almost healed. Plus, he doesn't have any abnormal reactions. Ao Sheyan said, but I can feel that he's a little sad. Mo Tianji said lightly, since his injuries are almost healed, it's time to fight. Ao Sheyan's heart trembled. Okay, look after Ming Huanhuan's family. Mo Tianji reminded, don't let them fall into the hands of the Li clan. Ao Sheyan looked troubled. But, if the Li clan really wants to do it, they have countless opportunities. Ming Huanhuan and her family basically don't have the strength. I'm just trying my best. Mo Tianji said quietly, Li Xiong too can't take such a blow. This is just the basic respect we have for him. After saying that, he didn't say anything else. Ao Sheyan took a deep breath and said, if that's the case, I will try my best. From afar, Rue Bu Tong hurried over. Diwu Qingro is organizing an attack again. Let's go. Mo Tianji led the way. Another round of battle of wits and strength had begun. While the Li clan was in full swing, Chu Yang was also in a dilemma. Wu Ju Cheng's injuries were recovering very quickly. It was just that some of the poison still stubbornly remained in his body. Moreover, the heavenly demon Qi used up a lot of his vitality and blood. Therefore, he couldn't participate in fierce battles for the time being. These few days, he had been silent. Some things he had already said once. He wouldn't say it a second time. He believed that Chu Yang knew what he meant. He was just waiting. For this mystery, he had already waited for tens of thousands of years. He felt that he could afford to wait for a few more days. In order not to add to Chu Yang's pressure, he even tried his best not to look at Chu Yang now. After dinner, Chu Yang came to Wu Jucheng. Elder Wu. Wu Jucheng opened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. Let's have a chat later in the night? When Chu Yang said this, the urge to swallow his words was absolutely overwhelming. Okay. Wu Jucheng's eyes suddenly lit up. It's a deal. It's a deal. Chu Yang resisted the urge to go back on his words and agreed against his will. Qingwu, I have a story here. Do you want to hear it? Chu Yang faced Imo Qingwu alone in the stone cave. Imo Qingwu raised her head and looked at Chu Yang somewhat perplexedly. Chu Yang's tone made her feel that something was wrong. He was too serious. I don't want to hear it. Out of Chu Yang's expectations, Imo Qingwu actually rejected him. Why? Asked Chu Yang. Imo Qingwu snuggled into Chu Yang's arms gently. Her small body trembled a little. I'm scared. Scared? Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled. I haven't started yet. What are you scared of? I want to be a little girl who doesn't know anything forever. Like that? Even if you are tired of me, I can still cling to you and use all means to stay by your side. Imo Qingwu's eyes glistened with tears. I don't want to know anything. Chu Yang's heart shook. Suddenly, he turned Imo Qingwu's face over. Qingwu, do you know something? Imo Qingwu closed her eyes. 2 drops of tears fell quietly from the corners of her tightly shut eyes. Chu Yang's eyes became more and more shocked. He became a little flustered. Qingwu, tell me, what do you know? Imo Qingwu took a deep breath and sucked in the tears that had already flowed to the side of her mouth, feeling the bitterness. She asked softly, what story are you going to tell me? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Are you going to tell me a story about a swordsman and a beautiful woman? Imo Qingwu's tears fell from her eyes. Chu Yang sighed deeply, but his arms tightened and hugged her even tighter. Imo Qingwu raised her head in his arms. She looked at him with teary eyes. There was deep love in her eyes, as well as a kind of devotion that almost had no sense of self. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He would never forget such a gaze for the rest of his life. In his previous life, he had seen it countless times and his heart had trembled countless times. However, he had also walked away countless times in the face of such a gaze, leaving behind a bleak and resolute back view. Behind that back view was a heart that had almost been destroyed by him. Imo Qingwu smiled miserably. She slowly lay down in Chu Yang's arms. She caressed his face with one hand and tightly hugged his neck with the other. She rested her head on his left shoulder. Her eyes were affectionate and reluctant to part with him. They were lingering and painful. She softly said, Chu Yang, if there is an afterlife, I hope you will take a look at me. I am more beautiful than a sword. Chu Yang only felt a boom in his head, as if the whole universe had suddenly exploded in his consciousness. All of his thoughts, all of his reason, all of his, including his physical body, exploded into pieces at this moment, drifting faintly between heaven and earth. Imo Qingwu's words this time were different from the last few sleep talks. At this moment, Imo Qingwu's posture, expression, actions, eyes, words, all of them were the same as that evening in his previous life that broke Chu Yang's heart like dead ashes. It was that evening in front of the purple bamboo forest that Imo Qingwu was attacked and died. Before she died, she was in Chu Yang's arms, held by him like this, looking at him with such an expression and such a gaze, saying the last words of her life, Chu Yang, if there is a next life, I hope you will take a look at me. I am prettier than a sword. Now, Imo Qingwu said these words again. Even the tone and the pause in her voice were exactly the same as that time. If Chu Yang still didn't understand now, then he would really be stupid. Imo Qingwu raised her head and straightened her back. She looked at Chu Yang quietly and murmured, I have been waiting for you to tell me a story, but now that you want to tell me, I don't want to listen anymore." As she spoke, she slowly moved closer to Chu Yang, panting a little nervously. She gently covered Chu Yang's lips with her petal-like lips and murmured, "You heartless man. When I got home, I didn't have time to eat before I sat down in front of the computer to write my story. Gee, I beg for monthly votes. Gee." Chapter 1469. Imo Qingwu murmured softly. She whispered softly, "Chu Yang, you heartless man." Then, she wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's neck. Her beautiful eyes closed slightly, and her petal-like lips covered Chu Yang's lips as she kissed him deeply. A teardrop dripped from her eye onto Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang sat there in a daze, feeling the soft red lips on his face. The salty taste of tears made him feel happy, satisfied, pitiful, and heartbroken. Imo Qingwu kissed Chu Yang passionately with tears streaming down her face. She almost wanted to rub her entire body into his. She kissed Chu Yang desperately while crying bitterly. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Chu Yang let out a low growl. He pulled Imo Qingwu into his arms and kissed her fiercely. Those delicate red lips trembled and flipped under his tongue. Imo Qingwu didn't dodge at all. She just catered to him with all her might. She murmured, Chu Yang, you're such an enemy, such a heartless man. You. Oh. But her lips were blocked and she couldn't speak. Chu Yang kissed her very crazily, but there was no desire in their hearts at all. Both of them understood that this was the combination of ecstasy and compensation from their past and present lives. The kind of relief when everything was said out loud. There was also a kind of indescribable complex emotion. Both of them had mixed feelings. Ecstasy and bitterness. The dreamy mentality of regaining what they had lost. The unreal feeling of fearing that they were in a dream. It made them need to use this wild kiss to vent and confirm something. This kiss had nothing to do with desire, but it was about their hearts. After a long, long time, when Imo Qingwu's face was already red from holding it in, she finally broke free from Chu Yang's mouth. She looked at him in a daze for a while. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and she started to sob softly. Chu Yang hugged her and patted her back gently to comfort her. Imo Qingwu started to sob softly, and then it slowly turned into tears. She covered her mouth with her hand and looked at Chu Yang with teary eyes. She started to cry silently. Chu Yang took a deep breath. He took a deep breath. At this moment, his heart felt sour. For a moment, he seemed to have thousands of words to say, but he couldn't say them. His throat felt as if it was blocked. He only felt as if there were countless thick phlegm in his throat that he could not spit out. That feeling was so uncomfortable that he felt as if he was suffocating. His chest felt as if it was about to explode. He looked up to the sky and roared. Imo Qingwu gradually calmed down after a long while and stopped crying. However, she still remained in Chu Yang's arms. It was as if hugging him quietly like this was already her lifelong wish. He was satisfied. When did you find out? Chu Yang asked in a hoarse voice. He didn't yell or scream, but he was trying his best to control his voice to be as clear as usual. He actually couldn't do it. I don't know. Imo Qingwu said softly. I kept having this dream. My heart was getting more and more scared, and it became clearer and clearer. Until the heavens opened, everything suddenly became connected, and I understood something. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, now that I think about it, there are many things that can't be explained. Chu Yang asked nervously, what did you think of? The first time we met in the lower three heavens. Imo Qingwu said, we are from aristocratic families and have a strict upbringing. Although you saved us at that time, it wasn't to the point where we were so familiar and close when we first met. But half a year before that, I suddenly felt a jolt in my sleep. Then, a person's face seemed to appear in my dream, but I forgot about it immediately. Then, when I saw you in the lower three heavens, I felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Imo Qingwu said, now that I think about it, the face in the dream was your face. So, Imo Qingwu had a perplexed look on her face, but Chu Yang had already understood. Tribulation Sword. Half a year ago was when he obtained the first fragment of Tribulation Sword in Beyond the Heavens sect. He obtained the sword tip of Tribulation Sword, and Mo Qingwu started to see his face in her dreams. This led to the first time he met Mo Qingwu. Although Mo Qingwu didn't know him, she didn't have much wariness towards him. Then, again and again, the figure in the dream became clearer and clearer. At that time, I only knew that it was because you were the only one in the world who treated me well. But now that I think about it, it's not normal. Mo Qingwu said, because every time, it was a jolt in my sleep, and then it became clearer and clearer, until the heavenly passage opened. Mo Qingwu said, and you also clearly said that at that time, you obtained the first fragment of Tribulation Sword. At that time, it was already very obvious. I found it strange. It's not strange to have a dream, but to have a dream for a long time is very strange. And, generally speaking, dreams aren't real. So, even if I know any skills in the dream, I'll forget them when I wake up. But in this dream, I can do all the things I know when I wake up. I've never done it before, but now I suddenly know how to do it. Isn't this very strange? Mo Qingwu's beautiful eyes were bleak. Chu Yang, I've been following you all this time. Sometimes, I'll cook and barbecue. Can't you taste some familiar flavors? Although I try to hide it, as long as I'm with you, I can't help but tidy up everything, make the bed, and do the housework. Don't you feel a little bit of familiarity, as if you've seen it before? Realization dawned on Chu Yang. Recently, he kept feeling that something was wrong. Because of this feeling, he even felt uneasy for a few days to search for the reason. Who would have thought that the source was by his side? I'm really careless. To think that I used to call myself a wise man. Chu Yang patted his head in frustration. If I discovered it earlier, I wouldn't have hesitated for so long and suffered for so long. Chu Yang looked up and sighed. Mo Qingwu smiled gently and said, I've always suspected that the dream was real. If it wasn't, how could I easily learn those things in the dream that I've never done before? Her plump lips moved and said, including killing people. At that time, I felt as if I'd become two people. One was an innocent little girl, and the other was a woman who'd experienced the vicissitudes of life. I was very scared, but I didn't dare to say it, until Aspen Valley, when you obtained the 7th fragment of the Calamity Sword. I understood that my dreams followed your sword. Because at that time, I suddenly understood everything. I knew that everything was real. Mo Qingwu gritted her teeth and said hatefully, I hate it so much. In my previous life, what I hated the most was your sword. I've always hated it. You hugged your sword all day long. All of your emotions, all of your focus, all of it was given to an ice-cold piece of iron. You didn't care about me. Mo Qingwu puffed up her cheeks and said, in my previous life, before I died, I still wanted to compete with your sword. I didn't expect that after being reborn, my memories would still follow it. Mo Qingwu's current appearance was very strange. She had the appearance of a young girl. She puffed up her cheeks and spoke angrily, but her expression and tone were that of a charming, mature girl. These two completely different styles were unified on her body at the same time. It made this little girl transform into an enchanting person who could change into 1,000 different forms. While Chu Yang feasted his eyes, he could only smile bitterly. Regarding this question, he really didn't know how to answer. At that time, I knew. Mo Qingwu said softly. Chu Yang's throat was extremely dry. He coughed hard and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said, then, why didn't you say it? Because I hadn't thought about it. Mo Qingwu sighed softly. I hadn't thought about what I should do. I was very scared. Chu Yang said dryly, scared? I'm scared. Will you leave me again? I'm afraid that I'll lose you again. I even want to leave with all the good things about you. On my birthday, all I can remember is your care and concern, and I won't be hurt in the slightest. Chu Yang was shocked. He hugged her tightly and said, no, no. In the end, I still couldn't bear to. Mo Qingwu sighed and said, I couldn't bear to. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose in my heart. It was just like in my previous life, that kind of feeling. I will follow you. I will follow you. Even if I am hurt by you again, even if I am abandoned again, even if you still don't care about me, even if you still want to use my feelings to practice your sword. Emo Qingwu lowered her head and said softly, I will not regret it. You won't. You won't. Chu Yang hugged her tightly and repeatedly said, Qingwu, you must believe me. I will never do such a shameful thing again. I have done it once, and I have suffered for 2 generations. Now that I finally have the opportunity to make up for it, I will definitely not hurt you. Emo Qingwu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Her shoulders trembled slightly. She seemed to be in deep thought. But Chu Yang didn't know that Emo Qingwu's mouth was slowly outlining an intoxicated smile at this moment. This intelligent woman had used her schemes here. However, this scheme appeared so pure and trustworthy. For a lifetime of happiness, she had finally taken the most crucial step in 2 generations. You don't believe me? Chu Yang said nervously. I can swear. Before Chu Yang could finish, Emo Qingwu had already turned her head gently and blocked his words with her lips. After a long time, she said, Oaths are meant to be broken. I don't need you to swear. I only believe in you. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Since you obtained the 7th fragment of the Calamity Sword, my memory has been completely restored. Then, I have been in your arms all this time. I have been following you and observing you. I have to make up for it. I also want to see how you treat me. I have also been thinking about how to torture you to vent my anger and punish you for being such a heartless person. Emo Qingwu sighed. But until now, I still can't bear to. Chapter 1470. Thank goodness you couldn't bear to. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief and laughed foolishly. If you could bear to, then I'd be bad. I can't bear to. Emo Qingwu hid her small face in his arms and muttered, If you want to bear to, then the previous generation would bear to. Since the previous generation couldn't bear to, then this generation won't bear to either. The younger generation won't bear to either. Chu Yang smiled contentedly and said with relief, I'm even more reluctant. At first, I was thinking of how to torture you, but I saw that you were constantly making up for it. So, my heart gradually softened. Emo Qingwu said, Chu Yang, you know what? What I want is not you deliberately making up for it. I understand. Chu Yang smiled. His heart calmed down and his mind became lively. He said, But what do you want? Emo Qingwu blushed and spat. And now, you actually have so many attachments. Emo Qingwu pouted and said hatefully, Chu Yang, you're really very romantic. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines, and he looked at her with a pitiful look. Emo Qingwu said lightly, You said that you came back to life for me. You came to this step by step to make it up to me. But is this how you make it up to me? She raised her head and looked at Chu Yang. There was resentment and blame in her eyes. Chu Yang was speechless. After thinking for a long time, he wanted to say, I didn't know beforehand. He also wanted to say, I've always stuck to my original intention, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. He just sighed, said, This matter is all my fault. Since it had already happened, then the reason was the reason. There were thousands of reasons for you to accept, but there was only one reason for you to reject. Since you didn't reject then, no matter what the premise was, it didn't matter. The final result was, you didn't reject? Emo Qingwu snorted. She said, At least you know what's good for you. Chu Yang coughed twice. But don't think that this matter is over just like that. Emo Qingwu pouted. I still have to test you. If you... Humph. Chu Yang hurriedly said, I'll definitely accept the test with a sincere attitude. When he said this, he sounded a little submissive. She saw the proud and arrogant Chu Yang standing in front of her, not daring to even breathe loudly, even though she knew that he was faking it. However, Emo Qingwu still couldn't bear it in her heart. She forcefully controlled herself and said, You're really a playboy. You have a senior sister who's an outstanding beauty, an empress who's peerless in her generation, and an unprecedented female expert. Minister Chu, it's true that your fighting ability is inferior to others, but your luck with women is also inferior to others. Chu Yang said with a drooling face, Yes, my luck with women is indeed not shallow. You even said that there's one less. There's still the number 1 beauty in the world, Emo Qingwu. She's also my wife. Mo Qingwu's face immediately turned red. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "Who's your wife?" Chu Yang hugged her and said, "It's you, Xiaowu." As he said that, his two hands were about to misbehave with practiced ease. Mo Qingwu's whole body went limp. She forcefully pulled his hands out of her clothes and said sadly, "What number one beauty? I'm more like the number one ugly girl. I've been abandoned by you again and again, and have been wantonly humiliated by you. A pitiful girl who was ravaged at will and finally abandoned like a pair of worn-out shoes." Chu Yang's hands continued to attack. He bit her ear and said softly, "Then how did I ravage and humiliate you at will? What did I do at that time?" Mo Qingwu parted to resist, but felt that her body had softened into a puddle of water. She panted and said, "Beast, I'm not even 15. Chu Yang took his hands out of her clothes and continued to attack other parts of her body. He said, "You're only 15? I don't believe it. You look like you're 25 everywhere. Come, let me touch and check." He knew that since Mo Qingwu had started to bring up old scores, this was definitely not going to be easy for him. At this point, if he wanted to give up on any one of them, it would inevitably be a matter of regret. Unfortunately, Mo Qingwu was not easy to pass, so he could only use rogue means to disrupt Mo Qingwu's train of thought first. Before Mo Qingwu regained her memory, in Chu Yang's eyes, she was of course a little girl who was not even 15 years old. But now, Chu Yang clearly felt like an old married couple. That age barrier actually disappeared without a trace at this moment. "Wait." Mo Qingwu held his hands tightly. Her face was as bright as a peach blossom. She bit her lip and said, "No, in the previous life, I did everything you said in the wilderness, but not in this life. If you don't give me an explanation, you can forget about touching me." "Explanation?" Chu Yang asked. I want you to marry me properly. I want you to carry me in a palanquin with 8 carriers. I want you to swear to heaven and earth that you will marry me as your wife. I want all your beauties to be ranked behind me, each and every one of them to call me big sister. I want them to be obedient in front of me, no matter if they are peerless experts or empresses." Mo Qingwu gritted her teeth and said almost in a fit of pique, "As for other things, don't even think about it. Until the wedding night, I was deceived by you in the previous life. In this life, you can forget about it." Chu Yang was very troubled. Although this little girl was small, her ambition was not small. In the heavenly realm, male power reigned supreme. It was normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. It was even more so in the big aristocratic families. Mo Qingwu grew up in a clan and was really influenced by this aspect. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with men having multiple wives and concubines. Although she was very uncomfortable and jealous, it was not to the extent that she could not accept it. Fighting for status was a result of the education of the big aristocratic families. Whoever was the first wife of the family would be the direct descendant of the family in the future, and the children of other women belonged to this side branch. The difference in status was like heaven and earth. Mo Qingwu could be considered to have learned from Mo Tianji to prepare for a rainy day. Chu Yang felt that he was about to be forced to sign an agreement. "Why are you angry?" Mo Qingwu narrowed her eyes and looked at him, her expression somewhat sly. "No." Chu Yang coughed a few times. "Humph. I'm not making things difficult for you. When the time comes, we'll rely on our own abilities." Mo Qingwu snorted and said, "At most, there won't be a big or small difference. The children in the future will fight for it themselves." Chu Yang said, "You're only 15? And you're already thinking of the children in the future?" Mo Qingwu was very embarrassed and refused to comply. Chu Yang hurriedly comforted her. After a long while, he finally coaxed this little girl into not being angry anymore. Both of them knew what the other meant. Neither of them took what the other said seriously. They were just using this kind of commotion to eliminate the last bit of unfamiliarity between the two of them from their previous lives. The two of them understood each other very well. Naturally, they knew how to eliminate the barrier in each other's hearts. After a long time, Mo Qingwu said softly, "Chu Yang, if in this life, you could only choose one between Calamity Sword and me, what would you do?" The entanglement of their previous lives. Imo Qingwu could not let it go. She, an outstanding beauty, had actually lost to a sword. This was really the deepest knot in her heart. She could not forget it. Then I only want you. Chu Yang's words were absolutely sincere. As long as I have you, Calamity Sword is not important to me. If I really have to make a choice, I'll throw it away now. Calamity Sword circled around Chu Yang's dantian aggrievedly and let out a sword cry that was almost about to cry. Imo Qingwu was satisfied. She leaned forward and kissed it again. She said, "Forget it, I forgive you." This sentence, however, restored the little girl's character in this life. Chu Yang stared blankly at this scene. He suddenly had a thought. Even if I only have Imo Qingwu, it seems like I have married two wives, an innocent and invincible little girl, a delicate and pitiful woman, completely different. I still need to fuse. Imo Qingwu smiled bitterly and said to Chu Yang, "The two personalities are completely opposite. I'm also troubled sometimes. It's okay. It's okay if you don't fuse." Chu Yang smiled evilly and leaned close to her ear and said, "In the future, if you have this personality tonight and that tomorrow night, I don't mind. Get lost." Imo Qingwu flipped. Her little face was like a ripe persimmon. She was so embarrassed that she kicked out, "Shameless pervert." Chu Yang laughed and turned over. He said, "Qingwu, I'll go and see Senior Wu." Imo Qingwu buried her face in the blanket. She snorted like an ostrich. Chu Yang smiled and turned to leave. Both of them knew that the impact brought by the memory could not be completely eliminated by a conversation tonight. Even if they talked until dawn, it would not be eliminated. There must be a buffer of events to let both of their hearts gradually calm down from this aspect. Only then could they slowly accept and get used to it step by step. Although there were a few incidents tonight with hooligan tactics, ugly jokes, and unreasonable behavior, but it was far from enough. Both of them understood this in their hearts. But, in the end, they put down one of their worries. Chu Yang walked out of the cave and was greeted by a mouthful of ice-cold snowflakes and whistling cold wind. The fiery passion in his mind was immediately restrained by more than half. He walked into the snowstorm and saw that the snowman had already turned into a statue. His mood inexplicably became heavy when he saw it. Wu Jueqing. Comparatively speaking, Imo Qingwu's hurdle was easier to pass, because Imo Qingwu had deep feelings for him in both the past and present life. Chu Yang didn't need to waste his breath. In fact, that was also the case. But Wu Jueqing's was more difficult. Say or not say? If he didn't say, Wu Jueqing might be depressed and unable to smile until he died of old age. If he said, this poison doctor might really slit his own throat. With Wu Jueqing's intense personality, this tendency was close to 80%. Chu Yang didn't dare to take the risk. But, as Imo Layer said, the longer it dragged on, the more Wu Jueqing couldn't accept it. Chu Yang told him that it was still better. If Wu Jueqing knew about it himself in the future, then there would really be no room for negotiation. Chapter 1471. Tonight, I want to know the entire truth, said Wu Jueqing solemnly. His voice was very calm, even a little flat, but there was a determination in it, an unquestionable determination. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. He said, I know what you want to know. Wu Jueqing said, I know you know. What do you want to know? Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then he said, you can ask. What do you mean by I can ask? Wu Jueqing's eyes sharpened. In other words, you can answer? And you can choose not to answer? Chu Yang raised his head, opened his mouth, and let the ice-cold snowflakes float into his mouth. He felt the bone-chilling coldness. Then he closed his mouth, closed his eyes, and said calmly, yes, I have the leeway to choose. Wu Jueqing fell silent. After a long while, he said, I am over 40,000 years old this year. Chu Yang was sensitive enough to know what he meant. He heaved a deep sigh. I know. You don't know. Wu Jueqing's eyes widened. He shouted in a low voice, I want to tell you that I am over 40,000 years old this year. I have seen the joys and sorrows of the world, and I have also gotten used to life and death. I have even witnessed the transformations of the world. Countless people were born right beside me. When I turned back, they had already died of old age and turned into dust. I have seen the rise and fall of countless heroes. I have also seen the prosperity and destruction of countless clans. Wu Jueqing looked at Chu Yong with a somewhat gloomy gaze. With a kind of weariness that came from seeing through worldly affairs, he said dispassionately, I want to tell you, there is nothing in this world that can affect me. At the very least, I will not collapse because of anything. Chu Yong heaved a deep sigh. I know. You still don't know. Wu Jueqing shouted. I also want to tell you that I am over 40,000 years old. All these years, my only wish is to clear the doubts in my heart, the resentment in my heart, my brothers who died in vain. All of this is because of one problem, and this problem is my only wish. I can't hold on for another 40,000 years, Chu Yong. Wu Jueqing's gaze was somewhat erratic and sorrowful. The only person who can fulfill my wish now is you. Chu Yong sighed. Wu Jueqing's current state. Chu Yong absolutely believed what he said. You once said that if the day comes, I'll give it to you. You will solve my doubts. You also said that as long as I wait for a long time and increase my strength, I will be able to see my brothers again. I waited, but I waited too long. Before you appeared, I knew that I would never be able to see them again. So even though my heart was bitter, I didn't feel anything. But after you appeared, there was hope. It's precisely because there's hope that it's more painful, even more unbearable. Wu Jueqing sighed miserably. He stared blankly at the wind and snow. His eyes were as hazy as the wind and snow. Chu Yong took a deep breath and said, Senior Wu, shall we take a walk? Wu Jueqing whipped his head around to look at Chu Yong. He said heavily, all right. Chu Yong, dressed in black, floated out amidst the wind and snow. Beside him was Wu Jueqing, dressed in white. The two of them walked side by side, amidst this vast expanse of snow, amidst this steep cliff. It was as if he was walking on flat ground. He didn't say anything for a long time. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled dozens of miles. They were already in an empty wilderness. The world was vast and everything was silent. Only the sound of snowflakes falling on the ground could be heard. Yet, it was even more tranquil. Senior Wu, in this world, something is happening every moment, Chu Yong said slowly. He adjusted his inner thoughts and deliberated over his words. Every matter has its own reason, and it also has its own outcome. Whether it's a hooligan or a member of the royal family, it's the same. There's no exception. Wu Jueqing walked with his hands behind his back. He listened quietly and didn't say a word. And in this world, there are always layers of fog, misunderstandings, troubles, and discomforts. But everything, even if there can only be one truth. And what we seek in our entire lives is only for one truth. Even if the goals we seek are different, there can never be two final outcomes. Chu Yong was rather emotional. Wu Jueqing said quietly, yes, even if it's a misunderstanding of your own brothers, then the reason for the misunderstanding is the truth. Chu Yang's heart trembled. Wu Jueqing said calmly, back then, Yu Lingshu once said something. At that time, he said, didn't your big brother back then go through fire and fire with you? Before your big brother betrayed you, did you dare to doubt him? Did you ever doubt him? Didn't you still trust him like how you trust your other brothers? If someone had told you before that your boss would kill you, would you have believed it? See Chapter 420 of Book 7 for details. Wu Jueqing repeated Yu Lingshue's words back then without missing a single word. His voice and tone didn't change at all. It was enough to show how deep of an impression Yu Lingshue's words had left in his heart. Chu Yong was silent. Wu Jueqing stared at Chu Yong and said word by word, I'm telling you now, I don't believe it. The heaviness in Wu Jueqing's voice made Chu Yang's heart skip a beat. Back then, I was patched up and escaped. For tens of thousands of years after that, my heart was filled with resentment and desire for revenge. Wu Jueqing smiled bitterly. I have to say, humans are very selfish. I only thought of my own grievances and the resentment of my brothers. I didn't think much about anything else. My entire heart was already filled with hatred. Hatred towards Big Brother. I was filled with extreme hatred for tens of thousands of years. During this period of time, I also thought about whether Big Brother had his own difficulties. But every time I thought about it, I became even more resentful, because there was no reason for him to betray his brothers like that, to kill his own brothers like that. So I felt even more pain, and even more desire for revenge, until I met you Lingxue. You Lingshue's words made me start to think more. The more I thought, the more I couldn't fall asleep. Before Big Brother set us up, he had countless chances. Countless chances. He even understood each and every one of us. He knew what each of us was thinking in our hearts. Big Brother could immediately know what we were thinking about from each of our eyes and actions. He didn't need to speak. He only needed a look, a hint, and he could make our brothers die for him. Boss is well aware of this. But he still set us up like that. Why? That was simply superfluous. And because of this superfluous action, I let myself bear the grievances for more than 30,000 years. Then I looked at you in Tianji City. I started to be suspicious. You, Dong Wushang, and Rue Budhong were all from ordinary families. Why did you advance faster than the geniuses of the big clans? But there weren't many of you at that time. My suspicions were also very faint. After arriving at the Chu clan, I slowly started to have real suspicions. Then, I slowly confirmed it from various aspects. You are the Tribulation Sword Master. This discovery almost drove me crazy at that time. I was so excited that I almost went crazy. I finally found the person involved, but after that, I watched coldly from the sidelines. I saw how deep your brotherhood was. I saw how you laughed together, and I saw how your brothers trusted you unconditionally. You loved and cared for them unconditionally. Looking at all of you, it was as if I had returned to the time when I was young. I thought of my brothers and my big brother. All of you were exactly the same as us at that time. I watched all of you do things together every time. At night, I would toss and turn. Sometimes, I would feel so sad that I wanted to cry. Then, I would miss them endlessly. At that time, I would rather die than live. As time passed, I also started to slowly ask myself, if you, Chu Yang, continue to interact with your brothers like this, when the critical moment comes, will you kill your brothers? Wu Jueqing smiled bitterly. The answer I gave myself back then was no. He turned to look at Chu Yang and said, do you know? When I told myself in my heart, Chu Yang would never harm his own brothers, I felt as if my head had been struck by lightning. My heart ached so much that I fainted. When I woke up, I asked myself, if Chu Yang didn't know how to do it, then how is my big brother worse than Chu Yang? My big brother is better than this bullshit Chu Yang. He's more affectionate and righteous. In front of my big brother, what is Chu Yang? If even he doesn't know how to do it, why does my big brother know how to do it? Wu Jueqing panted heavily. He glared at Chu Yang and shouted sternly, Chu Yang is nothing. In front of my big brother, he's nothing. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. But at this moment, Chu Yang knew that Wu Jueqing was completely immersed in his own memories and wasn't really scolding him. So he could only smile bitterly. There was also a deep feeling of gratitude in his heart. Just a few decades of brotherhood, but it was enough to make a peak second-grade supreme martial artist faint from heartache just thinking about it after 40,000 years. And there was even such a serious misunderstanding between them. The moment Chu Yang thought about it, he suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. I want to know the reason. Wu Jueqing stared at the vast expanse of snow in a daze. After a long while, he turned and asked seriously, why did my big brother do that? Without waiting for Chu Yang to answer, he said, I know what you are worried about, but what I'm saying now, I think it can dispel your concerns. Chu Yang looked at his calm expression. He sighed and said, yes, there are some. Wu Jueqing bowed to the ground. Please enlighten me. Chu Yang nodded helplessly. Wu Jueqing had done a lot of preparation work. He had pointed out all the things that he could be worried about, and had also tried to resolve them. He was just short of telling himself, I won't commit suicide. That was it. At this point, Chu Yang had already made up his mind. Although he couldn't be sure whether Wu Jueqing had really thought it through, Chu Yang felt that with him by his side now, he should be able to avoid some things. Yes, there is only one truth. And the truth should also be cruel. Chu Yang said, Elder Wu, you have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 1472. Extraterrestrial Demons? Wu Jueqing's body shook at once. His eyes lit up as he looked at Chu Yang. This matter is actually related to the extraterrestrial demons? It's the extraterrestrial demons that harmed my boss? Towards the end, his face was already contorted. That's not the case, said Chu Yang. I'm only asking you, how much do you know about the extraterrestrial demons? Wu Jueqing was silent for a moment before he replied, I don't know. It's just that the last time, when my ancestors came, they introduced me to the demonic techniques of the extraterrestrial demons and told me about the dangers of demonic techniques. More than 10,000 years ago, I also killed a small fry who had inherited the legacy of the extraterrestrial demons. From that, I understood a little. But regarding the nature of the extraterrestrial demons, I really don't know much. Chu Yang nodded and said, This is Part 7, Chapter 717, The True Mission. This matter has to start from the extraterrestrial demons. Wu Jueqing nodded and listened seriously. He knew that no matter how anxious he was, he had to listen to Chu Yang's detailed explanation. And Chu Yang would definitely not explain everything in one go. Even if Chu Yang wanted to explain everything in one go, Wu Jueqing would still have to worry about whether he could withstand that kind of directness. After all, this involved his life's goal, the people he cared about the most painful thing. Therefore, even if the final outcome was directly told, he still had to get to the bottom of it and ask about everything clearly. The only thing he felt now was his heartbeat quickening and his breathing quickening. For the first time in more than 30,000 years, he was so close to the truth. Just this prelude already made Wu Jueqing feel like he couldn't take it anymore. Although what he said to Chu Yang just now was very beautiful, but Wu Jueqing himself knew that was just to comfort Chu Yang and to comfort himself. But in reality, he couldn't comfort himself at all. Elder Wu, there's another celestial imperial court above our world. This is obviously not a secret to you, said Chu Yang softly. What I'm going to tell you is a secret from millions of years ago. Wu Jueqing swallowed his saliva. I know. Part 7, Chapter 717, The True Mission. Chu Yang squatted down and reached out his hand. A piece of snow flew up and formed a thin strip in his hand. He drew a circle on the snow and said, Elder Wu, this circle is the Celestial Imperial Court. Wu Jueqing frowned. Looking at the circle on the ground, he also squatted down. This circle. The land was blessed with outstanding people and abundant resources. Therefore, there were many people who coveted it. The strongest group of them are the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang used the snow stick in his hand to draw another big circle, wrapping the previous small circle inside. Then, he pointed a few points inside the big circle. It was as if Wu Jueqing had discovered a treasure. He looked at the two circles, one big and one small, that Chu Yang had casually drawn, his expression solemn and serious. It looked like a child's graffiti. She was fatally attractive to him. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years ago, the place where the extraterrestrial demons lived suddenly deteriorated. It could no longer support the reproduction of so many extraterrestrial demons. In order to survive, they had to expand and find a new living environment. And the Heaven Imperial Court is obviously the most ideal one. Chu Yang said lightly. So the extraterrestrial demons launched an attack on the Heavenly Imperial Court. He laughed bitterly and said, The so-called heavenly demon chi we've encountered now is only the power generated by the use of the tiny fragments of the extraterrestrial demons. It can be seen from this. The true power of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons is something that people like us can never imagine. Chu Yang said solemnly. Yes. Wu Jueqing sighed and went into a daze for a while, as if he was thinking about the extraterrestrial demons. Finally, he smiled dejectedly. He said, I understand what you mean. And at that time, there was a hero. He guarded the gates of the Heaven Imperial Court and led his brothers until he died in battle. Chu Yang said lightly, That hero was the ruler of the Heaven Imperial Court, Purple Cloud Heavens. At that time, the ruler of the Heaven Imperial Court was the saint. Until that hero led millions of brothers and died in battle. Other than the scattered martial artists who went to help, there was no one else in the Heaven Imperial Court who sent reinforcements. Wu Jueqing's eyes widened. What? Chu Yang said quietly, what you heard is what I said. It's absolutely true. Wu Jueqing's eyes widened, and he said loudly, bullshit. Resisting foreign invaders can't be done overnight, right? For such a long time, there are so many experts in the Heaven Imperial Court. There's also the ruler of the highest authority, but not a single soldier went to help? What does this mean? Resisting foreign invaders. I don't know how many years it took, but it must have been decades, Chu Yang said seriously, but there were indeed no reinforcements. Later on, that heavenly emperor of the purple cloud heavens was forced to self-destruct when he was at his wits' end. He perished together with several heavenly demon kings. Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, and that remnant of the heavenly demon legacy that you met and killed, as well as the Dharma Supreme, and perhaps others, are all fragments and fragments left behind after the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud self-destructed and caused the heavenly demon kings to dissipate. Wu Jueqing suddenly fell silent. It was as silent as a volcano that was about to erupt. Just as Chu Yang was about to continue speaking, Wu Jueqing suddenly exploded. What? The Dharma Supreme, that bastard, is actually still using the fragments of the heavenly demon left behind by that lone hero who self-destructed to resist foreign invaders. In other words, the hero's spoils of war, to deal with us. Chu Yang was somewhat stunned. He had long known that Wu Jueqing would be agitated, so he tried his best to pave the way for Wu Jueqing to calmly get over this knot in his heart. But he never expected that before he even got to the main point, even when he was miles away from the topic, Wu Jueqing would already be agitated. What the hell? Wu Jueqing growled. Is he still human? Wu Jueqing was very agitated. He cursed continuously, infuriated beyond measure. At first, Chu Yang was somewhat stunned, but slowly, he suddenly truly understood Wu Jueqing's true character. This was a supreme martial artist expert from an aristocratic family. In his heart, there was the splendor of the martial world. There was the inextinguishable brotherhood. But similarly, there was also the hero complex that belonged to aristocratic families. In other words, he was a typical young hero from an aristocratic family. In the words of the author, he was a nationalistic youth. That kind of heroic spirit and chivalry inherent in aristocratic families, almost equivalent to naive, was still deeply ingrained in him. Chu Yang was somewhat appreciative and also somewhat envious. Wu Jueqing could be said to be a pure person and also a respectable person, an adorable person. Wu Jueqing's face was somewhat flushed with agitation. He asked, "Who is this hero?" Chu Yang said solemnly, "His position is the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. His name is Zihao." Zihao. Wu Jueqing was somewhat fascinated. He said, "Such a hero. If I could meet him, how delightful would that be?" Chu Yang said softly, "The last words of this heavenly emperor of the purple clouds were, 'Don't forget to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Don't forget to fight the extraterrestrial demons.'" Wu Jueqing murmured, even if there was no one in the whole world to help, even if he was abandoned by others, even if he was isolated and helpless, his body smashed and his spirit destroyed, this heavenly emperor of the purple clouds actually still left behind such last words? Wu Jueqing looked at Chu Yang and said seriously, "I, Wu Jueqing, also know how to do that." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "The last words of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds were, 'When the celestial imperial court rises, what can the extraterrestrial demons do?' However, my heavenly army of 7 million fought for a year until they were at the end of the road. At the moment of life and death, the billions of lives in the celestial imperial court sang and danced in peace, but not a single one of them sent reinforcements. Today, I die. I die a worthy death, with no regrets. I die a worthy death, but my heart remains steadfast. Why is the human heart so cold?" Chu Yang said slowly. Wu Jueqing's face revealed an expression of pilgrimage as he listened respectfully. In his fervent eyes, Chu Yang absolutely believed that he saw the blood-soaked figure of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds killing his enemies back then. After the battle with the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, The purple cloud's heavens fell into the hands of the extraterrestrial demons. The extraterrestrial demons took over the purple cloud's heavens and used it as their base. They marched towards the celestial imperial court and invaded. And the celestial imperial court didn't resist at all, tacitly acknowledging the extraterrestrial demons' position in the purple cloud's heavens. As long as the extraterrestrial demons didn't leave the purple cloud's heavens, the celestial imperial court wouldn't attack them. Only this. Although the battles were endless, they generally lived in peace. When Chu Yang said this, Wu Jueqing suddenly became furious. What do you mean? If the extraterrestrial demons took over the purple cloud's heavens, wouldn't they have a place to rest and recuperate? They are living in peace now because the extraterrestrial demons don't think that they can take over the entire celestial imperial court. But when the time is right, won't they be finished? Chu Yang said, yes. It's precisely because of this that our fates appeared. Wu Jueqing's whole body shook. Dumbfounded. He murmured, Calamity Sword? Chu Yang nodded heavily. Yes, it is the Calamity Sword. In that instant, Wu Jueqing felt like he was in a dream. He actually felt that the world was spinning. He murmured, the Calamity Sword is actually related to the extraterrestrial demons. It's actually like this. It's actually... He hugged his head with both hands and suddenly squatted on the ground in pain. He said hoarsely, go on. Don't miss out a single detail. Chu Yang said solemnly, back then, two mighty people passed by the celestial imperial court and prophesied that hundreds of thousands of years later, this world would be occupied by the extraterrestrial demons. Therefore, they deliberately left behind something that could restrain the extraterrestrial demons. It was the Calamity Sword. Wu Jueqing sighed deeply. The one who took over the Calamity Sword was Zi Hao, the heavenly emperor of purple clouds. He saw Zi Hao's unyieldingness, but also saw the celestial imperial courts in action. With his ability, he couldn't turn the situation around. Therefore, he chose the celestial imperial court, which had the most vitality, as the location of the Calamity Sword's legacy, to select talents who could resist the extraterrestrial demons. He hoped that one day, the extraterrestrial demons would be expelled and the purple cloud's heavens would be restored. Chu Yang said word by word, you, in the previous generations of tribulations, were born in response to the Calamity Sword and were acknowledged by the Calamity Sword to resist the extraterrestrial demons. This is the Calamity Sword, its master, and the previous generations of tribulations. Chu Yang said softly, the true mission. His voice was very soft, drifting with the wind in the snow and wind. But as he spoke, Wu Jueqing felt a heavy pressure, as heavy as the heavens and earth suddenly descend on his shoulders. The true mission. You may believe me if I say that I've read dozens of Pride chapters for this chapter, but I don't know if anyone will believe me if I say that I've written this chapter 4 times. Chapter 1473. Wu Jueqing didn't say anything, but his expression was somewhat pained. Actually, in terms of strength, that mighty figure from the heavenly palace was on par with the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, Zi Hao. In fact, he was even more powerful than Zi Hao. However, he was restrained by that saint who was greedy for peace and comfort and couldn't go all out. Secondly, even if he really used his strength, he would at most end up like the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. It wouldn't help the overall situation. On the contrary, it would really damage the strength of the resistance against external aggression. Therefore, he could only choose to bide his time and endure the humiliation, never acting rashly. And it just so happened that two mighty figures from beyond the universe left behind the tribulation sword, leaving a chance of survival for the heavens. That was why this mighty figure was able to make this change. Therefore, this ultimate plan that took a long time could finally be carried out. Chu Yang's voice was very slow. Chapter 718. The Painful Truth. First update. His tone was unusually calm as water. However, his heart was also like Wu Jueqing's. It was a rare moment of calmness. To be honest, for this matter, he really wanted to beat that bastard Shui Leihan up. He even felt that even if he beat him up and cut him into pieces, it might not be enough to relieve the anger in his heart. Chu Yang made a solemn vow in his heart. Once his strength reached that level, he would beat Xue Leihan up no matter what. If one beating wasn't enough, he would beat him up twice, thrice, until his anger was vented. As for whether Xue Leihan became a pig, Buddha, panda, or whatever, it wasn't within Chu Yang's calculations. He could do whatever he wanted. Although Xue Leihan's original intentions were good, kind, and noble, this noble plan had caused him and the others to suffer. It had also caused Wu Jueqing and the previous Tribulation Sword Masters to suffer. As for the previous Tribulation Sword Masters, it was even more tragic. Just for these sufferings alone, Chu Yang had to settle the score with Xue Leihan. No one could stop him. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. However, facing Wu Jueqing now, in order to prevent Wu Jueqing from overreacting, Chu Yang could only start from the big picture and tell him about the painful truth of the 7th chapter. First update. He had to say more good things about Xue Leihan, as well as the importance and necessity of this plan. In short, in one sentence. No matter what, he had to talk to this old master and get the job done. Otherwise, after wasting half a day of saliva, this master would suddenly lose his temper. He roared, "Boss, I've let you down." Then, with a pop sound, it shook the top of its head and perked up. If that happened, he would really have lost everything. He wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry his heart out. So there was the Tribulation Sword Master, and then there was Tribulation. Chu Yang said slowly, other than a few people, all the previous tribulations are now fighting with the extraterrestrial demons in the extraterritorial battlefield. Fight with all your might. Wu Jueqing's entire body trembled. However, he unexpectedly remained silent and didn't open his mouth to speak. Although those seniors have already done their best, in terms of the battle situation, they can only play a role of restraining and harassing. However, it's precisely because they went over in batches and cooperated with the local forces of the Heaven Imperial Court. That's how the Purple Cloud Heavens region became a tug-of-war situation. Of course, another reason for the tug-of-war is also because the extraterrestrial demons themselves don't have full confidence and are afraid of triggering a full-scale counterattack from the Heaven Imperial Court. This is because they don't dare to launch a large-scale invasion. However, in the recent hundreds of thousands of years, because of the rich resources and vast territory of the Purple Cloud Heavens, the extraterrestrial demons have completely escaped the danger of extinction. Their reproduction speed has become faster and faster, and naturally, their population has also increased. There are also the original residents who moved over from their original locations. Previously, they had moved to other places to seek survival, but now, after hearing the news, there are also more and more experts and geniuses coming over to seek refuge. With the speed of their expansion, the final decisive battle is probably not far away. Because if they don't fight, they won't have enough space to survive. Having succeeded once and tasted the fruits of their labor, they definitely won't give up on the quick and effective means of war and invasion. The situation now is very grim. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's extremely grim. Chu Yang took a deep breath. To me, what you said just now is all nonsense. It's completely meaningless. Wu Jueqing said in a low and suppressed voice, "What I want to know is where my brothers are now. Are they at the place you mentioned? Most importantly, are they still alive now? Also, where's my boss? What did he do? What kind of role did he play in the process you mentioned? What I want to know, you didn't mention at all. I don't care whether the Heaven Palace will be invaded or not. I only care about my brothers." Chu Yang said indifferently, "I'm about to mention it. Your brothers are all fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield now. But whether they're alive or already, I don't know. However, the possibility that they're still alive is very high. Then, what about my boss?" Wu Jueqing asked in a low voice. "Where is he now? Is he okay?" His voice trembled a little. Chu Yang kept talking about tribulation, but never mentioned the Tribulation Sword Master. Wu Jueqing had long been suspicious. He asked the latter half of the question almost subconsciously, hoping to get a definite answer from Chu Yang. He had hated him for 40,000 years, but now that he was really about to get definite news, he still didn't want to hear bad news. "Your boss, he is dead," Chu Yang said slowly. "His soul is gone. His spirit is scattered. His spirit is destroyed. He can't be any more dead. Wu Jueqing lowered his head fiercely. He used so much force that his neck also made a loud cracking sound as he lowered his head. How did he die? How could he die? All my brothers are fine, so how could boss die? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're lying to me. This isn't real. It can't be real. It was completely possible to tell that Wu Jueqing had said those words through gritted teeth and in a voice that sounded as if his heart had been shattered. It was hoarse and ferocious, full of despair. I'm not lying to you. The tribulation sword itself is a kind of selection. In the past tribulations, those who met the standards had already transcended. However, none of the past tribulation sword masters could meet the true standards of the tribulation sword itself. Chu Yang said, therefore, they could only use themselves as the foundation, or as paving the way. Foundation? Paving the way? What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Explain it clearly. Wu Jueqing lowered his head fiercely, his fists clenched tightly. It might be more appropriate to describe it as escorting. Back then, when the tribulation nourished the heavens, the hole that your soul entered was actually the passageway to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chu Yang said solemnly. Wu Jueqing raised his head abruptly and stared at Chu Yang. As though he was about to cry, he pursed his lips and said, Passageway? Yes, it's a passageway. Chu Yang said, after the soul passes through this passageway, at the exit on the other side, it will use the power of reincarnation to rebuild its physical body, raise its cultivation, and fight the extraterrestrial demons. Wu Jueqing trembled slightly, his eyes slowly turning red. It was hard to imagine that an old monster tens of thousands of years old would actually be so moved by the words of a young man. But this was exactly what Wu Jueqing was like right now. However, he clenched his teeth tightly and pursed his lips, refusing to say another word. Only his eyes stared fixedly at Chu Yang's mouth, paying attention to every word that Chu Yang said. However, this passageway is also accompanied by huge risks. Reincarnation rebuilding is no small matter. In the process, there are swords of reincarnation and blades of astral winds. Thousands of destructive powers are added. Ordinary souls can't pass through it all. Usually, the moment they take a step in, they'll be blown away into nothingness. In fact, there have been countless cultivators whose physical bodies died, but their primordial spirits didn't perish. Even though they had the opportunity to reach this realm, there has never been a soul that could pass through safely. Chu Yang said calmly, the only way to pass through this passageway is to have extremely strong resentment protecting one's body. Only that kind of hatred that can never be eliminated, that carries with it a grudge that can never be eliminated, can pass through this passageway safely, reach the other side, and rebuild one's physical body. That's how your brothers got there. Chu Yang said softly. Wu Jueqing didn't say anything. Chu Yang didn't say anything either. The two of them stood silently in the wind and snow. The wind and snow whistled. When it hit Chu Yang's face, it immediately bounced off and drifted away without a trace. However, when it hit Wu Jueqing's face, it just stuck to him. Wu Jueqing didn't resist at all. Where's my boss? I mentioned just now that your brothers passed through this way. In fact, there are differences in the strength of the previous tribulation sword masters. However, after unifying the heavens, they will all know their mission. They will also know that their strength is actually not up to par. However, without exception, their brothers are already up to par. Therefore, at that time, they will all be faced with two choices. Chu Yang repeated in a murmur, two diametrically opposite choices, he sighed, his heart aching so much that it felt like it was being torn apart. Wu Jueqing said hoarsely, what choices? How diametrically opposite? The first choice is to sacrifice one's brother to achieve oneself. With this brother's blood, spirit, flesh, and soul as a guide, they will merge into one. With this brother's strong resentment and soul as one, they will open the passageway to the outer realm and send themselves over. They will battle the extraterrestrial demons and leave a good name for themselves. The second choice is to sacrifice themselves and find a way to let this brother pass through the passageway with eternal resentment towards them. Meanwhile, They will die and their soul will scatter, never to be reincarnated. Besides, they will also have to bear a stain that can never be washed away, a stain that will be forever despised by their brothers. Wu Jueqing's mouth opened wide. It was as if his whole person suddenly froze completely. The next moment, his whole person suddenly stiffened. At this moment, the expression in his eyes was really indescribable. Indescribable. Chapter 1474. Wu Jueqing looked at Chu Yang in despair, panting weakly. This fact had already completely defeated him. His pupils were already dilated, as if he had lost consciousness, or as if he was walking on clouds. His entire body was weightless, floating in the air. Beside his ears, there was constantly the sound of heaven-shaking thunder fiercely striking over and over again. Chu Yang's words turned into such a shocking thunder, driving fiercely into Wu Jueqing's heart. It caused his spiritual consciousness to scatter. Chu Yang continued to speak. The final path of the Seeking Tribulation Sword Master that you mentioned just now, this is it. The Seeking Tribulation Sword Master dies and his Tao vanishes, using his body to open the path to reincarnation, opening the door to the outer realm. Bones as walls, flesh paving the way. Blood as wind, soul as the sky. Sending my brothers to battle the extraterrestrial demons in the outer realm, nurturing my brothers and reconstructing their bodies. Second update. Becoming an immortal golden body, allowing my brothers to dominate the outer realm and achieve immortal achievements, enjoying the glory of heaven and earth, receiving the highest honor. In other words, the Sword Master's sacrifice will allow his brothers to become immortal golden bodies after reconstructing their bodies. In the outer realm battlefield, there will be an additional guarantee of life. Wu Jueqing didn't speak or move. He just stood there stiffly, as if he was a wooden statue. Just now, his gaze was still very complicated, even very agitated. But now, it had become completely numb, completely without any luster or focus. What is very admirable is that the past Seeking Tribulation Sword Masters all chose the second path. They all chose to sacrifice themselves and send their brothers over. Therefore, at the last moment, they would make their brothers sad. The more serious the injuries, the better, until they hurt them to the point where they would never forgive them. Then, they would kill all their brothers and send their souls into the outer realm passageway. Wait until the dust settles. After the Sword Master collected the bodies of his brothers and buried them properly, he would turn into smoke and dust and completely disappear from the world. No, it's not appropriate to say that he would disappear from the world, because the final destination of his death is still. Part 7, Chapter 700, Regret. Second update. That brother's passageway. Because the Sword Master's soul will only truly vanish after all of his brothers have walked through that passage. Only when he escorts, watches, and feels his brothers pass through that passage can he truly rest in peace and go to his place. Chu Yang said softly, "Your elder brother should be the same, because you're still alive. This is already a clear proof. Even though an Aishirbe had been rescued and escaped alive, it's the same." Wu Jueqing stood there in a daze, not moving for a long time. Chu Yang knew that his mood was extremely complicated right now, so he didn't disturb him and just quietly accompanied him. After a long time, Wu Jueqing's body suddenly trembled slightly. He seemed to have recovered some mobility from his stiff state. After this slight tremble, he began to tremble violently. His entire body trembled like the wind. He opened his mouth. His mouth was wide open, as if he was suffering from extreme hypoxia and severe suffocation. He gasped heavily for air, and his breathing became more and more rapid. It seemed that the more he gasped for air, the harder it was for him to catch his breath. A strange sound came from his throat. Heh heh heh. This sound, it was filled with endless pain, and Chu Yang could hear it from the side. He also couldn't help but feel a kind of bitterness and unbearable regret. It was a kind of guilt that came from extreme despair, a guilt that could never be made up for. Wu Jueqing's body trembled more and more violently. Finally, he shook his head lightly. 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed left and right as he shook his head. Then, he continued to gasp for air and tremble. Yet, his tears were like a river bursting its banks, gushing out violently and ceaselessly. Then, he actually started to laugh. Tears gushed out like a fountain. He laughed self-deprecatingly and regretfully. Ha ha ha, elder brother, boss, boss. Ha ha ha. His body trembled and swayed twice. Then, Wu Jueqing slowly knelt down. His whole body knelt down and eventually lay flat on the ground. He couldn't make any sound at all. He just knelt on the ground in a daze, his two hands desperately scratching at the snow with pure physical strength. He grabbed a handful of snow and squeezed it tightly. Then, he crushed it completely. Then, he grabbed it again and squeezed it again. Then, he crazily stuffed the cold snow into his mouth and stuffed it in. With snow that was almost choking him to death in his mouth, he suddenly kowtowed fiercely. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. He pressed his head against the snow and roared soundlessly, but only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Boss! 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 Wu Jueqing murmured softly. Chu Yang could even clearly sense that at this moment, Wu Jueqing's heart was shattering piece by piece. Boss! I've hated you for 38,814 years. 38,814 years, such a long time, such a bitter hatred. Wu Jueqing chuckled miserably in utter despair. You're really impressive. You're really awesome. You've sold yourself out just like that, and you still want us to hate you forever. You're really something. I'm impressed by you, really impressed by you. Ha. Boss, you're a Han. You're fucking a Han. You're fucking a Han. You fucking a Han. I fucking a Han. He suddenly jumped up and roared towards the sky. Big brother. Big brother. Little brother. I've let you down. He used all the strength in his body and suddenly roared, Little brother, I'm sorry. Following that roar, all the snow mountains within a radius of several hundred miles actually experienced an avalanche at the same time without any warning. And it wasn't just an avalanche. There were also countless mountains collapsing at the same time. Snow rolled and surged down. Mountain rocks rolled and scattered in all directions. Wu Jueqing pounded his chest with his hands and roared in a suppressed manner. Chu Yang looked up and sighed. Tribulation, tribulation sword master, brothers of life and death. But the ending was like this. All of them were like this, without exception. The brothers of tribulation entered the extraterrestrial passageway with the utmost hatred for their boss that they had always worshipped and respected. They fought the extraterrestrial demons and would never forget their boss's final betrayal. That hatred was undoubtedly a poisonous thorn in everyone's heart, a thorn that could never be removed or removed. It was enough to make these heroes unable to sleep at night and feel heartache. But how would the Tribulation Sword Master feel when he personally destroyed his brothers' physical bodies and sent them into the passageway, and then everyone left and the Tribulation Sword Master collected the corpses of his brothers alone? Who could imagine? When he entered the passageway to protect his brothers, how did he feel when he saw his brothers' resentment towards him? The ending of a true hero of a generation. How miserable and sorrowful was that? Even if the Tribulation Sword Master didn't regret his own sacrifice, this was still the most tragic thing in the world. Wu Jueqing was lucky enough to escape from there. With revenge as his goal, he hated the Tribulation Sword Master to the core for more than 30,000 years. But now he realized that it was all a misunderstanding. It turned out that he was wrong and hated the wrong person. How would he feel? How could these feelings be covered up by the word death? The Master of Calamity Sword was dead and had no more emotions. However, although his brothers had a bright future and had become powerful masters, they were still living a life worse than death. Every time he thought about it, his heart would break. This feeling, how could the word miserable be enough to describe it? On the other side, Chu Yang was already on high alert. Although he had already done so much foreshadowing, Wu Jueqing's agitation still couldn't help but explode. After all, it was tens of thousands of years of hatred, tens of thousands of years of accumulation. In the end, the hatred was wrong and the resentment was wrong. How could he endure it? It was too late to commit suicide. Although Chu Yang still maintained his composure, in reality, He had already raised his cultivation to the limit. At this moment, Chu Yang was like a bow that was fully loaded. As long as Wu Jueqing showed the slightest sign of self-destruction, Chu Yang would immediately rush up and do his best to stop him. It seemed that more than half of the signs were already out. Wu Jueqing was already shouting, "Boss, I'm sorry." Next, it seemed like it was time for him to apologize with his death, right? In Chu Yang's expectation, as long as the old guy showed any intention of circulating his energy, raising his energy, or raising his palm, it would be time for him to take action. But Chu Yang waited for a long time. This bow was about to break, but Wu Jueqing still didn't make any move. He really didn't make any move. After a bout of hysterical venting, Wu Jueqing just stood there quietly, not moving at all. The only slight movement seemed to be the faint sound of tears dripping from his eyes into the snow. If Chu Yang hadn't raised his cultivation to the limit, he might not have been able to hear it with just his ears. But even if he couldn't hear it, he could still see it. In front of Wu Jueqing's feet, there was already a small depression in the snow. That was the proof of hot tears dripping down. For a long, long time, Wu Jueqing stood there like a statue. His originally rapid breathing slowly became steady. His eyes were red. Endless sorrow, regret, and guilt emanated from him. Extraterrestrial battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Wu Jueqing murmured, "Boss, is this your final wish?" He stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the snowflakes floating in the sky. He didn't seem to realize at all that the mountains were shaking and the earth was shaking around him. It was as if in this place where snow fell from the sky, he saw that resolute face from back then again, a face that he had once respected and hated immensely, a face that he missed endlessly now. He seemed to hear that person say again, "Ah Chung, I've always been here. Ah Chung, among the brothers, you have the best background and the deepest foundation. But your temper is also the most impulsive. If there comes a day when the brothers aren't by your side, you must remember not to be impulsive. No matter what happens, we'll always be here. Whether you're right or wrong, we'll always support you. I'm Yun Dong. I'm standing on the firmament, my sword pointing at Bai Yun Dong. Who dares to bully my brothers? Brothers, the battle is ours, but victory is ours." Chapter 1475. Recalling what Boss said back then, it was as if they were still echoing in his ears. And that face was still in front of him, looking at him warmly. Wu Jueqing's heart was filled with grief. He choked and couldn't speak. "I'm sorry, Boss. I actually misunderstood you for so many years. I was actually so muddle-headed. I'm sorry. Boss, I was young and impulsive. I hope you don't blame me. One day, this little brother will definitely make amends for you. I will apologize to you face to face." Wu Jueqing roared into the sky. Suddenly, his right hand moved. With a clang, he drew his sword. When Chu Yang saw that Wu Jueqing had gradually calmed down, he had thought that his efforts had been in vain. Now that he saw it in shock, his heart and mind were greatly shaken. Like a ghost, he rushed over at high speed, reaching out to snatch his sword. "No!" Wu Jueqing stretched out his hand and stopped the 7th Division. Chapter 770. Brother's wish is also my wish. Third update. He stopped Chu Yang and said calmly, "Did you think that I would commit suicide?" Chu Yang was stunned. He stuttered, "Isn't that the case? Then why did you draw your sword?" Wu Jueqing roared into laughter. His laughter stirred up the wind and clouds. Wu Jueqing pointed his sword at the sky. His black hair flew in the wind. Wind and clouds swept the snow around him. At this moment, it was as if Wu Jueqing wanted to summon the wind and clouds to attack the heaven and earth. He laughed loudly. His voice was like gold and stone. He said word by word, "If I can really comfort Boss's soul in heaven, my life is nothing. But what is Boss's wish? Boss's wish is unfulfilled. How can I, Wu Jueqing, die just like that? Even if I have to die, I have to fulfill Boss's wish before I can die." This sentence made Chu Yang clearly feel that Wu Jueqing had condensed all of his blood, sweat, and tears into this sentence, or rather, this oath. An oath that came from the soul. Although Boss is no longer around, his wish is still there. He suffered so much for his brothers. He sacrificed everything and shouldered too much, just so that his brothers could fight the extraterrestrial demons. If I, Wu Jueqing, had actually hastily ended my own life because of remorse and guilt, then Part 7, Chapter 770, Brothers' Wish is My Wish. Third update. Then I would be the #1 coward in the world. How can I face Boss? What meaning is there in Boss's death? If that's the case, even if I really die, I won't have the face to ask Boss for forgiveness. Wu Jueqing said softly, I've decided. I want to do it while I'm still alive. No matter the cost. Charge up the heavenly palace and slay the heavenly demon. I won't turn back until I've killed all the sky fiends. Although his voice was soft, it was firm, unshakable. Chu Yang was finally relieved. He was moved and said, Good ambition. I will fulfill Boss's wish for him. Wu Jueqing said, at the moment when the heavenly palace cleared away all the extraterrestrial demons. I, Wu Jueqing, will personally seek Boss forgiveness. Apologize to him face to face. His red eyes were filled with passion. I must find Boss. Tell Boss how much I hated him for the past 30,000 years. I must tell him. I was wrong. I admit my mistake, but I must beat him up. That bastard hid it from us and deceived us. I'll definitely get even with him. Our brothers will be there. I will. We need to find him and apologize to him face to face. Wu Jueqing shouted fiercely, Boss, how are we supposed to endure this? Tens of thousands of years of hatred is a misunderstanding. How are we, the brothers who have scolded you for 30,000 years, supposed to continue living in this world? To enjoy the glory of the heavens and the riches of eternity? Don't you understand us? We're brothers. Chu Yang was shocked. He said, but he's already. His soul has already dissipated. How are you going to find him? Wu Jueqing laughed loudly. He won't bear to leave us. I will definitely find him. Heaven and earth, no matter where, I will definitely find him. After slaying the heavenly demon. So what if his soul has dissipated? By then, my soul will also dissipate, and we will return to the same place. Do you think I won't be able to find him? With a wave of his sword, the snow under his feet flew up neatly along with the sword. 1,000 feet of ground was created out of thin air, revealing the mountain rocks under the snow. Then, he swung his sword down again. An abnormally smooth vertical surface suddenly appeared. The sword moved again, shooting out an extremely powerful sword aura. Stone chips flew from the stone walls instantly. Stepping on the heavens, pointing my sword at Bai Yundong. Boss Acheng was wrong. Wu Jueqing. Then, he wailed loudly. His sword drew a brilliant sword flower and returned to its sheath with a clang. Boss, I'm going to find them. Those bastards. I must let them know the truth. Boss's reputation must not be tarnished by anyone, not even by our own brothers. If those fellows still dare to slander you, I will fight them to the death. Jun Weiling, Meng Changge, Shimin Wanli. Brothers. I found the truth. I found an explanation. But, how are we going to face this explanation? Wu Jueqing murmured painfully, how can we face such an explanation? Wu Jueqing tidied his clothes and knelt down in front of the stone wall. Facing the words stepping on the heavens, pointing my sword at Bai Yundong, he kowtowed loudly. Boss, will you be lonely for too long? Boss, I understand your heart completely now. Boss, I'm sorry. On behalf of the brothers, I apologize to Boss. I'm sorry. He knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground. Tears flowed like a fountain, and he didn't get up for a long time. Snow mountains, cliffs, stone tablets, engraved words, one person kneeling, wind and snow whistling. Chu Yang looked at all of this in a daze, his heart filled with endless emotions. After a long time, Wu Jueqing stood up. He turned to Chu Yang. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the current Wu Jueqing seemed to be different from the previous him. He was completely different. But exactly what was different, he couldn't tell at the moment. Wu Jueqing's body was straight and sharp like a sword. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed, unstoppable. Then, he asked softly, As long as I rush up to the heavenly palace, I can also find the extraterrestrial demons, right? Chuyang nodded and said, yes, but you have to think clearly. Even with your cultivation, even if you can reach the purple cloud heavens, you won't be a match for an ordinary extraterrestrial demon. Wu Jueqing nodded. The reason why Boss made such a choice is because after the brothers go over and reconstruct their physical bodies and attain the immortal golden body, their strength will increase tremendously and they will become experts strong enough to contend against the extraterrestrial demons, right? Chu Yang nodded and said, that should be the case. Wu Jueqing said, that must be the case. Otherwise, how would Boss let his brothers take the risk? And why would he allow his brothers to take risks without his leadership? Chu Yang said, that is indeed the case. He thought to himself that if it were him, if he wasn't sure of this, he would definitely not let Gu Duxing and the others take the risk and die. If he wasn't quite confident, he would definitely not do something like this. The conclusion is, those who ascend to the heavenly palace through normal means are definitely far less powerful than they were in the past. Other than courting death, it's completely meaningless. Wu Jueqing's eyes flashed. He scolded, those bastards. Their cultivation must be several times higher than mine now. I have to make the most of my cultivation now. Otherwise, I'll really be an embarrassment to Boss. Chu Yang nodded and said, that's right. Wu Jueqing smiled and then turned around, staring at the cliff that he had carved the words on for a long time. His lips trembled, but he didn't say anything in the end. Elder Wu, Chu Yang said with some difficulty, what is it? Wu Jueqing didn't even turn his head, still staring at the stone wall. About today, this matter. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Chu Yang said softly. Wu Jueqing's body shook, and he slowly turned around. He looked at Chu Yang with a complicated gaze. Oh right, you are also the Tribulation Sword Master. Do you want it too? Chu Yang said lightly. Right now, everything is still uncertain. I can't be sure whether or not I've really met the requirements of the Calamity Sword selection. When the time comes, I'll be the one who's chosen. If I don't meet the requirements, a trace of respect appeared in Wu Jueqing's eyes. He nodded slowly. All right, I promise you, no one else will know about today's matter. Chu Yang smiled. Thank you. Wu Jueqing looked up at the sky and sighed. I should be the one thanking you. Everyone knows that Tribulation's feelings are earth-shattering, but who knows that the feelings of a sword master are even more frightening? Just this one request of yours today shows that you are indeed the Tribulation Sword Master. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Elder Wu, if you were the Sword Master, wouldn't you? After a moment of pride, Wu Jueqing became dejected. Yes, I would too. He looked at the stone wall again reluctantly and said softly, Boss, I'm going back to practice now. I want to rush up the heavenly imperial court as soon as possible to find our brothers and kill all the extraterrestrial demons. Finally, he turned and strode away. He didn't look back. Chu Yang smiled and naturally followed him. He suddenly felt that with his and his brother's strength, they really should speed up a little. According to their current progress, the day of rushing up the heavenly imperial court was really not far away. When that time came, the pressure would be 100 times greater than now, right? It was best to meet the standards. The lives of his brothers were important, but so was his own. Even if he didn't care about his life, what about the women behind him? If he couldn't come back, what would happen to them? Therefore, doing his best to meet the standards of the Calamity Sword was the right path. The right path was full of vicissitudes. An old man and a young man, one in front and one behind, strolled in the snow. All around them, the fierce storm stirred up by Wu Jueqing's roar just now had just subsided. Snow and dust covered the sky. Their feet made soft sounds as they stepped on the snow. The two of them actually had a strange feeling of empathy for each other, even as if they were connected by blood and flesh. One was the sword master of the Calamity Sword after 40,000 years. The other was one of the calamities from 40,000 years ago. But at this moment, both of them felt that what the other was thinking was definitely the same as what they were thinking. Just like when they were together with their brothers, that kind of heartfelt relief and comfort. The look in Wu Jueqing's eyes became even more profound. As he walked, He chanted softly. Back then, we sang and roared together, rode our horses in the martial world together, went through fire and water together, went through fire and knives together. When my brother was in trouble, I drew my sword and went. When my brother was in trouble, I wouldn't turn back. With my brothers by my side, I am invincible. As he chanted, the familiar faces and figures of his brothers floated past his eyes one by one. They were so familiar and clear, just like 40,000 years ago. Wu Jueqing's face was full of tears, but he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was indescribably sad. Chu Yang suddenly realized that in the midst of his laughter, Wu Jueqing's hair, which had been as black as ink for tens of thousands of years, was actually slowly turning white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boss. My boss. Wu Jueqing sighed softly. The wind and snow were like weeping and complaining. Chapter 1476. Along the way, Chu Yang and Wu Jueqing didn't speak. They walked into the cave one after the other. Dong Wushang stood at the entrance of the cave with his saber. What happened just now? Did we encounter an enemy? Chu Yang smiled. Of course not. Elder Wu was cultivating just now. That roar was shocking enough, wasn't it? Dong Wushang understood at once. Oh, I see. Elder Wu is indeed an expert. That roar just now wasn't just shocking. It's a legend. A roar collapsed more than 30 mountains. Wu Jueqing glared at him and walked straight into his own cave to rest. Emole pinched Dong Wushang's waist hard. Dong Wushang hissed in pain and said angrily, Woman, what are you doing? You're rebelling. Emole held her forehead and sighed. What kind of person is this? Can't you just tell me where the reinforcements have gone? If you're smarter, you're obviously going out for something big. Can't you see that old Master Wu Jueqing's eyes are red, and he looks like he's been crying? Even his hair has turned white. To make such an old monster cry and have his hair turn white instantly, what kind of soul-wrenching matter must it be? How can it be a small matter? Yet you're still here chattering away. It's really rare to see such a person who doesn't know how to read people's expressions. Dong Wushang was still puzzled. He asked, Tell me, why did you pinch me? Emole was even more furious. She didn't say anything. She turned around and walked into the cave. Dong Wushang turned his head around and asked Chu Yang, Look, women are too hard to please. Minister Chu rolled his eyes and said, Have you ever seen a pig? Dong Wushang was stunned. Yes. Oh, so you've seen one. You've seen one since you were young, right? You know what they look like since you were young, right? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Dong Wushang was displeased. Of course. Who hasn't seen a pig? That's good. If you haven't seen one, then no one else has. Minister Chu turned and left. Dong Wushang was stunned. He scratched his head and didn't understand. What the fuck? What does this mean? Chapter 771, where the reinforcements have gone? What the fuck? What does this mean? What is boss talking about? Hey, what's the meaning of this? Dong Wushang was confused as he said angrily, Don't go. Emole rushed out of the cave, grabbed Dong Wushang's ear and dragged him inside. She scolded, You pig. Wu Jueqing became completely silent. Every day, he would cultivate and expel the poison in his body in a manner that was almost as if he was risking his life. He would do everything he could to recover and increase his skills. It was as if cultivating and expelling the poison were the purpose of his life from now on. Only when he was resting, when his energy was severely overdrawn, would he quietly watch Chu Yang and Dong Wushang play around while practicing martial arts. Only when they have whiskers. There would be a warm smile at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes would be even more distant and empty. He was looking at Chu Yang and Dong Wushang, but in his heart, he was thinking of his brothers. Even when Chu Yang and Dong Wushang occasionally went out to coordinate with Mo Tianji's actions, Wu Jueqing still only watched, neither interfering nor speaking. He just watched coldly from the sidelines. Every time, Jimo's strange cry, Luo Kadi's wolf howl, and Ao Sheyun's dragon roar could be heard from afar. Rue Budong's phoenix cry, Gu Duxing's cold rebuke, Xie Danqiong's long howl. Every time this happened, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang's faces would always glow with a comforting smile that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was also at this time that the intense envy and memories in Wu Jueqing's eyes lingered for a long time. They are brothers. I have such brothers too. It's just that they are not by my side now. But even if they are not by my side, when I see such a scene, I will still be moved, still feel touched, still feel warm. I believe that we will eventually be able to meet again. We definitely can. If I cannot bring the truth about Boss to my brothers, I, Wu Jueqing, will not be able to die in peace. No, I cannot die. Even if I die, I have to wait until the truth is revealed to my brothers and fulfill Boss's wish. Diwu Qingru naturally did not idle around in these 2 months. He organized a total of 40 attacks, a total of 40 battles, big and small. Mo Tianji was not flustered at all. He met each move with equal harshness. As the battle between the two heated up in this round, their individual prestige also grew higher and higher. They were like the sun, and their words were the law. Their respective teams also became more and more elite because of this baptism. Battle after battle, elimination of the weak and survival of the weak, it was very difficult even if they did not want to be elite. In fact, those who were not elite had no survival space and value at all. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was vividly displayed in front of their eyes at this moment. On Diwu Qingrou's side, those who died were not just the weak. There were also many strong ones. 13 supreme martial artists of 2nd grade and above were killed by Diwu Qingrou in these few battles. These were all people that Diwu Qingrou could not control or had no way to control. Mo Tianji naturally would not be polite with such a big gift. As long as it was delivered to his door, he would fulfill Diwu Qingrou's wish. Diwu Qingrou's attacks became crazier and crazier. Especially the last 3 attacks. The attacks were so powerful that they were really like a tsunami. It was almost wave after wave, each stronger than the last. The strength of the Li clan was almost completely unmatched. It was only by relying on Mo Tianji's ingenious calculations that they could escape from death time and time again and not be defeated. However, the gap between the real strength of the two sides was definitely not something that could be made up with just ingenious calculations. During this period of time, other than the core area of the Li clan, the important strongholds in the periphery were lost bit by bit. Now, almost all of them had fallen. The Li clan, which once dominated a vast area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, now could not move more than a radius of 3,000 miles. This area was definitely not small. If it was in the lower 3 heavens, it was more than enough to hold a battle between the armies of 2 countries. However, on this supreme-level battlefield where one could advance and retreat dozens of miles in an instant, it seemed so narrow. Mo Tianji's repeated attacks, repeated victories, and repeated tacit cooperation had slowly changed Diwu Qingrou's initial high regard for Mo Tianji. Then, it had changed to admiration, and now, it had reached the point of respect. All of Mo Tianji's responses and arrangements were extremely safe and thorough. It could really be said that not a single drop of water could leak out. It was difficult for him to gain much of an advantage. Although Mo Tianji had never really gained any advantage over him, Diwu Qingrou was well aware of how big the advantage on his side was. He had endless backup on his side, while Mo Tianji had almost no backup on his side. The result of the gap in strength between the two sides was that Mo Tianji would inevitably suffer more than him in every operation. He would have to think many more steps before he could deal with the unexpected situation on his side, or suddenly increase the number of troops. Otherwise, the situation would easily collapse, and there would be the danger of total failure. In terms of planning and confidence, he still had the advantage. It was also not a small advantage. However, even in the face of such a bad situation, Mo Tianji still managed to stabilize the situation, causing him to be unable to turn his advantage into an absolute victory. This caused Diwu Qingrou to be unable to carry out his wishful thinking. He originally wanted to go on like this, and then gain an overall victory based on the strength that he had gathered. When he felt that it was enough, he would have a decisive battle and completely devour everything, including the tribulation. However, Mo Tianji never gave him such a chance. He didn't leave any room for this aspect. This was what Diwu Qingrou admired the most. With a small sacrifice, Imo Tianji had allowed the Li clan, which should have collapsed completely 2 months ago and been completely annihilated, to struggle at death's door until now. No, to really use the word struggling at death's door to describe the Li clan was really not worthy of that impregnable defense. And all of this was because of Imo Tianji. In between, there were a few times when reinforcements arrived. Diwu Qingru immediately started to move and started to practice on the battlefield. On Imo Tianji's side, except for the first time due to some unexpected factors, he actually handled the other times flawlessly. He attacked and defended without the slightest bit of chaos. Moreover, every time he attacked, he could attack his own side's weakness. He was weak against strong and restrained the army. As for the traps that Diwu Qingru carefully set, Imo Tianji's side actually didn't step into them even once. Diwu Qingru asked himself, if he was in Imo Tianji's position, he definitely wouldn't be able to do better than Imo Tianji. In fact, he might even have overlooked something. Therefore, in the face of such an opponent, for the first time in his life, Diwu Qingru had such a degree of admiration and respect for someone other than himself. The opponent's military advisor is really sharp. I rarely admire people who play tricks, but for this person, I have to write the word respect to him. Yi Xiaoyao on the side and said with some respect and admiration. In the last battle, he was completely tricked by Imo Tianji. He was besieged by 3 8th-grade supreme martial artists and almost couldn't make it back. He couldn't even participate in this attack. Very sharp indeed. Diwu Qingru nodded slightly and said lightly, Elder Yi, you can't just see the opponent's military advisor's power. What you really need to see is the power of Tribulation and the Tribulation Sword Master, especially their bottomless potential. Yi Xiaoyao was frightened and said, yes, indeed. This time, we're facing Tribulation's military advisor and a few other people from the land of Tribulation. Tribulation is not complete, and it can be said that it hasn't formed yet. However, it can only rely on a half-deadly clan to block the allied forces of the 8 great clans and the law enforcement officers. If Tribulation's wings are really complete, what will the result be? Diwu Qingru asked lightly. By then, the living space of the 8 great clans. Haha. Yi Xiaoyao's head was full of sweat, and he was speechless for a long time. Also, this time, basically, it's only Tribulation's military advisor who is dealing with us. The others are just playing a role of cooperation. And the most important thing is, Diwu Qingru's voice was a bit heavy. The Tribulation Sword Master didn't take action. Chapter 1477. Diwu Qingru said in a soft voice. Chu Yang's face slowly emerged in his mind as he said these words. It was very clear. Chu Yang's sharp gaze seemed to have transcended time and space. It was swift and fierce. He couldn't help but think of the battle in the lower 3 heavens. This is the biggest hidden worry. The most fundamental hidden worry. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly. Compared to the backup plan of the 8 great clans and the law enforcement officers, the hidden backup plan of the other party is the most terrifying one. It may also be the most fatal one. Yi Xiaoyao gasped. The Sword Master didn't make a move? Diwu Qingru smiled. This time, it's actually the Sword Master who's training the think tank. Force them to unleash their greatest potential, and use our huge team and pressure as a whetstone to train the ability of the mastermind in Book 7, Chapter 772. 2 unforeseen calamities. Why would he make a move? Whetstone. Even with the composure of an 8th-grade supreme martial artist, Yi Xiaoyao was also stunned at this moment. There's such a thing? The think tank of the other party can be said to be the most powerful opponent I've ever met in my life. The most terrifying opponent. Diwu Qingru said lightly. In terms of planning and scheming, he's already at the peak of the wise. If I were in his position, I might not be able to do it. Such an enemy deserves respect. We need to destroy him with all our might. Yi Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and said, such a person is the think tank of the tribulation. Admiration is one thing, but the standpoint is another. We can't allow him to live in this world. If we catch him, we don't need to waste any words. We can just behead him and cut his body into pieces. We can ensure that his spirit is destroyed and he's beyond redemption. In this way, we can eliminate all future troubles once and for all. Diwu Qingrou's gaze froze. Then, he smiled and said, "That's right." But in his heart, he thought, is this the common understanding of the big clans? For example, Emotianji is a great threat that can't be left alive. But what about me, Diwu Qingrou? In the hearts of the masters of the big clans, am I a great threat to all of you? If Emotianji is killed by me one day in the 7th part of chapter 772, wouldn't you kill me without giving me the slightest chance? Will you let me be beyond redemption and get rid of me once and for all? His heart was in turmoil. His expression didn't change as he suddenly changed the topic and asked, "How many Alliance reinforcements have arrived so far?" "Only the law enforcement officers and the Ling and Xiao families haven't arrived yet. The Xiao family is the furthest away, so it's not an accident that they can't make it in time. However, the Ling family was so close, so why hadn't they arrived yet? Most importantly, the law enforcement officers should have arrived a long time ago, but they still haven't arrived." Yi Xiaoyao frowned. Diwu Qingrou was also somewhat puzzled about this matter. That's right, this was something that absolutely shouldn't have happened. There was no reason at all. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any extra reinforcements on the Li clan side. Those two groups of people shouldn't have been held back. Why did such a situation happen? One was the closest team. One was the most powerful team. It was indeed strange that these two teams had not arrived yet. There was also the Xiao clan. Even though they were too far away, it wasn't to the extent that there was no news of them at all. This might be a hidden worry. In the northeast direction, in a place where the wind and snow had yet to dissipate. The wind and snow had yet to stop, but all one could see was red. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, all dressed in white and with long swords at their waists. However, at this moment, the white clothes and the snow, they were all stained red with blood. Saint King, there were a total of 132 people here. None of them were left alive. They have all been killed. An old man dressed in hemp clothes knelt at the feet of a person with a face full of piety. He reported cautiously, "Saint King, what should we do next? How are the casualties on our side?" Tan, dressed in black, raised his nose and asked, 84 people died, and 140 were injured. The old man's voice was somewhat sorrowful. The opponent's last self-explosion was extremely powerful and abrupt. Everyone couldn't react in time. So, Tan snorted and said, "It came abruptly? Couldn't react in time? Nonsense. The self-explosion of a supreme martial artist is the last desperate move. As the saying goes, a cornered beast will still fight. Since you are in a desperate situation and have no hope of survival, how can you not fight for your own capital? Could it be that after so many years, you have forgotten these most basic, but also the most fatal taboos? You still want to swarm around at the last moment? You are simply bastards. A bunch of bastards who are looking for trouble for themselves." The Demon King showed his power, and his anger instantly reached the sky. Yes, everyone at the side knelt down in fear at the same time. "We didn't expect. Let's bury the dead nearby. Remember not to leave any traces. Cremate them." Tantan said sternly, "The next time this kind of mistake occurs, one by one, just kill yourselves. It is really meaningless to bring idiots like you who haven't improved at all to roam the world." Yes. Everyone prostrated on the ground, not even daring to breathe. "For the next step, we will move 1,500 miles stealthily. When we are almost there, we will stay put." Tan snorted. "When the Li clan is completely gone, we will move. We can fight to the death for our brothers, but for the Li clan, it is completely unnecessary. They are not worthy. Do you understand? Do you want me to explain it more clearly?" "Understood." This subordinate understands completely. At this moment, a beautiful girl suddenly came out from the side. She was wearing a watery green dress. She hugged Tan's arm and said, "Idiot, are you not done yet? Are you still not eating? I have already prepared the crystal cores for you." The dignified Saint King collapsed in an instant. Tan changed his fierce look and said with a salivating face, "Wife, do you have red braised meat to eat?" "You still want to eat red braised meat?" Xie Danfeng said fiercely, "Come with me. She turned around and left. Tantan followed behind eagerly. The two figures disappeared in the wind and snow in an instant. The few divine clan elders who were about to stand up heard the Saint King's voice faintly in the wind and snow. Hee, wife, look. After this big battle, your husband has become more handsome, hasn't he? Get lost. A clear sword-like rebuke resounded. All the elders let out a pu sound. They were so shocked by this that their knees, which had just been raised, fell back down again. It was too shocking. Handsome. Even more handsome. They really couldn't understand why a character like the Saint King would keep harping on this issue. On the other side, the combat power of the law enforcement officers was beyond their expectations. Logically, they were met with strong resistance, because they were the ones who asked for it. For the reinforcement operation this time, the law enforcement officers mobilized the combat power of 4 halls. Everyone was to gather at the Yi clan's territory within a limited time, and then head to the northwest together. These 4 halls included Lang Elong's interrogation hall. All the officers had taken the initiative to request and strongly requested to avenge their boss this time. Only then were they agreed. At this moment, the forces of the 4 halls had already set up tents outside the Yi clan's territory and waited for a long time. However, the main force from the law enforcement city still hadn't arrived. The people of the 4 halls were all waiting anxiously. They didn't know what had happened to the main force. The law enforcement officers were known for their strict adherence to orders. They wouldn't allow even a moment's delay, let alone an entire month's delay. After the main force of the law enforcement officers left the law enforcement city, they immediately rushed forward at full speed. However, when they reached the vicinity of the boundless forest that they had to pass through, everyone stopped in their tracks at the same time. Everyone in the team this time was an expert. Their spiritual perception made everyone feel that something was amiss. This place happened to be right between the law enforcement city and the Yi clan's territory. In other words, it was a place that cut across these two places. To put it in simpler terms, it was a place where the heavens folded, just like the Black Blood Forest. This boundless forest had long become the training area for the law enforcement officers. Almost all the high-level spirit beasts inside had been slaughtered, and the indigenous forces had long been completely wiped out. If not for the fact that the environment here was too harsh, the headquarters of the law enforcement officers had even planned to set up a branch here. Almost all the law enforcement officers would go back and forth a few times every month or so. It could be said that they were extremely familiar with this place. Even if they walked with their eyes closed, they probably wouldn't make a mistake. However, when everyone arrived here, they unexpectedly discovered that this forest seemed to have changed. Although it wasn't obvious, the law enforcement officers who were all too familiar with this place were still able to discern it with their sharp senses. This phenomenon made everyone feel astonished. The high priest, Miao Zhendong, who led the team, had the highest cultivation in this team. He was the first to discover the abnormality. He frowned and waved his hand. The entire team stopped. Have you all discovered that this place is different from before? Miao Zhendong's voice was very deep and slow. As he spoke, he looked around cautiously. It's indeed a little different. Another person said, but I can't tell exactly what's different. Trash, do you have eyes just to cry at a funeral? The high priest scolded. Look carefully at your feet. What's that? That person secretly grimaced after being scolded. When he looked down, he was still confused. It's a road. Oh no, it's a grassland. But what's wrong with it? Isn't it still the same as before? Pooh, talking to a trash whose brain is full of muscles like you will really lower my IQ for 3 years. You still have the cheek to say that everything is the same. Miao Zhendong was speechless. He said angrily, Same? Is it really the same as before? Grassland? Is there anything wrong with grassland? You bastard, ever since we, the law enforcement officers, opened up such a big road in the boundless forest, we have long separated this road. The vitality of the earth veins has long been cut off. In these tens of thousands of years, has there ever been a blade of grass growing on this road? Now it has become a grassland. How dare you say that there's nothing wrong with it? Chapter 1478. Miao Zhendong held his forehead with one hand and sighed. He was completely at his wit's end and did not even bother to say anything. What else could you do to such a thick-skinned troublemaker? If he scolded him, he would not be angry, but he would be angered to death. If he really beat him up, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. If he hit him lightly, he would just smile at him foolishly. If he hit him too hard, he would be even more annoying. Something is indeed wrong. Another consecrator in the group frowned and said, "This old man had just passed by here last month." At that time, although the forest on both sides of the road was lush, there was still not an inch of grass on the road. But now, it's all inexplicably turned into grass. Also, I don't know if you have noticed, but the trees on both sides of the forest seem to have grown taller. This place was originally just an ordinary green forest, and its 773 chapters were all caused by greed. First update. But now, it is almost dark green. This is clearly a sign of rapid growth due to the abundant nutrients. That's right. Look over there. The trunks of those trees look like they are about to die. But the tops of the trees are still lush and green. This defies common sense. Originally, we could see the blue sky when we opened the road. But now, it is completely blocked by the branches and trees. There are some places where we can't even see a trace of sunlight. This matter is very strange. That consecrator said, "Big brother, we are still at the entrance. We have no idea what is happening inside. This place is so strange. As the saying goes, the less trouble the better. And the war in the Northwest is in full swing. The front line is urgently calling for reinforcements. Why don't we take a detour and avoid this place? When the matter over there is over and we come back from the other side, we can figure it out. What do you think?" The consecrator shook his head and sneered. "It is just some strangely growing plants, and it is enough to scare all of you? Strange? How is it strange?" Although what was in front of his eyes was somewhat unusual, it was not to the extent of being described as strange. At most, it was due to some factors that caused these plants to have a will of plants. Chapter 773. The disaster caused by greed. A large amount of vitality was obtained from the outside, which led to the scene before us. I feel that this is actually an opportunity. Perhaps some kind of heavenly treasure was accidentally born here. Or perhaps some kind of spiritual spring appeared somewhere. This might not be impossible, right? These things can cause such an effect, right? If it's really as I've guessed, by the time we return from the Northwest, the dishes will have already gone cold. Even if we eat shit, we won't be able to catch up to the hot ones. Won't we regret it for the rest of our lives? Besides, even if there are no treasures, spirit springs, or even some dangers inside, with the strength of the 70 supreme martial artists here, what do we have to fear? Can the unknown road ahead really delay us that much? But what about taking a detour? That would take at least 10 days longer than the original journey. I believe everyone knows how to choose. Everyone chimed in. High Priest's words make sense. In fact, everyone was also curious. From the looks of it, something mysterious must have happened. The possibility of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the spiritual spring gushing out of the ground was quite high. Even if it wasn't 100%, it was close to the probability. It really occupied more than 10%. Otherwise, such a strange thing wouldn't have happened. This was practically a miracle. It couldn't be that some demon had suddenly become benevolent and released an unlimited amount of vitality, allowing the forest to grow and develop, right? That was practically bullshit. Besides, even if there were peak-level supreme martial artists in the entire continent, even if they could move mountains and fill seas, who could make the entire Baidu world-defying heavens bar forest grow and develop, wasn't this just a dream? Taking a step back, if they really found the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, everyone who saw them would have a share. Even if they were just following and couldn't eat the meat, they could at least drink the soup, right? Even if they couldn't even drink the soup, the high priest would definitely have to express his gratitude, right? No matter what, this was something that would definitely be profitable. Taking another step back, even if there weren't any heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside, and instead there were demons and evil beasts, they had 80 supreme martial artists here. What kind of danger couldn't they deal with? Did they really think that the law enforcers were made of mud? At most, they would just have to spend a little more energy. Those who were able to reach the level of supreme martial artists were all shrewd people. Thus, everyone's thoughts changed, and they immediately supported the high priest's greed. Another high priest sighed and said, "Since everyone has unanimously decided, let's proceed along this path. It's just that everyone has to be more careful. It's better to be safe than sorry." Everyone agreed loudly, and then they rushed in while laughing. There were 80 supreme martial artists here. What kind of danger couldn't they deal with? However, if there was really a danger that could threaten the supreme martial artists, was there any use in being careful? In the vast forest, Dukyu sat beside a spring, closing his eyes and circulating his energy. This place was filled with a kind of pure green spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To Dukyu's elf bloodline, it was really an extremely good tonic. Especially this kind of tonic, it was almost inexhaustible. The unexpected harvest here made Dukyu full of joy. As for the changes in this vast forest, it was naturally caused by the arrival of Dukyu, a pure elf. In this world, perhaps there really wasn't any peak-level supreme martial artist who could make flowers and trees wither in an instant. This was the basic knowledge of the entire continent. However, this knowledge definitely didn't apply to the elf race. The elf race was a living creature that was born with the ability to communicate with plants. Even an ordinary elf could make trees and flowers flourish, let alone a top-grade elf like Dukyu, who had such a high-level elf royal bloodline. Especially a royal bloodline elf who had the cultivation of a high-level supreme martial artist. It was completely reasonable for a top-grade elf like Dukyu to cause such a change in the vast forest. There was no accident at all. It was just that those 80 supreme martial artists didn't know. Not at all. After all, the elf race had already left the continent for 100,000 years. This was really too far away for humans who could forget a lot of things in 3 to 5 years. Thus, an accident occurred. Originally, after coming to the upper 3 heavens through the heaven passage, Dukyu had long wanted to look for Chu Yang to complete the spring of life. Dukyu was simply drooling over Chu Yang's Holy Spirit spring. It was just that that guy liked to hide the good stuff and wasn't generous at all. If Dukyu had known about it before the two of them broke up the last time they were together, he definitely wouldn't have left Chu Yang's side. Thinking of this, Dukyu cursed that stingy guy in his heart. He clearly knew that it was very useful to me, yet he gave me so little. The next time I see him, I'll beat him into a pig's head and then torture him to snatch it. However, his elven bloodline had already been fully opened, and all the elven inheritance had already returned to him. This unforeseen event had caused him to immediately receive a special response from his elven bloodline after he had entered the upper 3 heavens. This was even more pleasantly surprised than the Holy Spirit spring. Dukyu was so pleasantly surprised that he almost fainted. In the beginning, he thought that there were still people of the same race in the upper 3 heavens. Driven by his great joy, and coupled with the urgent summons of the unique bloodline of the elves, Dukyu felt uneasy. Therefore, he dispelled the idea of immediately changing his original plan. Instead, he changed his original route and followed the elf summons. But after arriving here, he realized that there were no elves in the upper 3 heavens. There wasn't even a trace of the elf race. As for the source of the elf bloodline, it came from underground. After a long period of judgment, analysis, and research, Dukyu finally confirmed that what was buried at an unknown depth underground should be the city of elves from the ancient times. Back when the heavens collapsed, the elven race's mighty figures had exhausted all means to preserve a trace of their bloodline inheritance, preventing the city of elves from being completely annihilated. However, although the entire city of elves was complete, it was ultimately annihilated and sunk into the ground due to the changes of time. The members of the elf race could only develop and advance quickly in the city of elves and become the top existence in the world. And although this vast forest didn't have the ability to activate the city of elves, it still emitted a special spiritual energy day and night because of the existence of the city of elves. This kind of spiritual energy didn't have much effect on other races and races other than the elf race. At most, they would think that the air here was fresher, but to the elves, it was a rare blessing. Especially now, the elf chi that had been emitting for more than 100,000 years had been stored here. To Dukyu now, It was equivalent to a natural and completely defenseless huge treasure trove. Dukyu didn't dare to touch the underground city of elves for the time being. He didn't know anything about the situation below. After all, it was something from 100,000 years ago. If he wasn't careful and an accident happened, he was afraid that his excavation would cause the city of elves, which had been holding up for 100,000 years, to collapse. That would be terrible. Where would he find medicine for regret? At least, he had to fulfill that condition before he could try to activate it completely. The condition was simple. That was to pour the spring of life into the spring. After the spring of life seeped down, the underground city of elves would absorb the vitality of the spring of life and recover its vitality. Only then would there be a chance for the city of elves to see the light of day again. If he really dug rashly, the moment he dug it out would be the moment of destruction. Dukyu, who understood all the key points, didn't dare to act rashly. This was the last ruin of the elf race. Once there was a mistake, he would be the sinner of the entire elf race. Therefore, since the day Wei Gong arrived here, he had been cultivating day and night to improve his cultivation. In these few days, he had absorbed a huge amount of fairy energy. Even Wei Gong himself couldn't estimate how much fairy energy he had absorbed. However, the amount of fairy energy that flowed out of this place was already enormous. Once he finished absorbing all of it, it was hard to say how much fairy energy he would be able to improve his cultivation to. He believed that it would be very exciting. It was just that it had only been half a year since he came here, and Dukyu already felt that his cultivation had steadily improved to the peak of 8th grade supreme martial artist. It seemed that he was only a step away from 2nd grade supreme martial artist. He could make another breakthrough at any time. And today was the crucial moment for him to break through to 2nd grade supreme martial artist. Chapter 1479. Dukyu sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. He could clearly feel the massive amount of spiritual energy gushing into his body from the top of his head. It was instantly absorbed by him. Then, the top of his head turned into a vacuum, which was then filled up by the spiritual energy from all directions. Then, he absorbed it again. Such a cycle was truly an endless stream, without any end. The next moment, Dukyu acutely sensed that his dantian had been completely filled up by the spiritual energy. Without any hesitation, he started to break through. The cultivation in his dantian instantly turned into a sharp arrow, rushing toward the middle stage supreme martial artist barrier, intending to finish it in one go. But what he didn't expect was that at this critical moment, an accident happened. What the heck? This place has really changed a lot. A law enforcement officer casually waved his palm. Wherever the wind from his palm passed, all the branches, roots, vines, and other obstacles in the way were all removed. He shouted loudly, "The scene here is really quite unbelievable." The tree roots, vines, and other things seem to have spontaneously emerged to block the way. It has only been a few months since I last came here. How can it grow so fast? If there isn't some kind of treasure to help the plants grow, I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. Another person nodded in agreement. With a casual wave of his palm, he had already cleared out the dense tree branches that had completely covered the sky. He said, "Isn't that so? It's really strange. Right? I've heard that those heavenly treasures all have their own spirituality. They might not necessarily appear there. One moment, they might be in the northeast, but the next moment, they feel that the southwest is better. I'm thinking that the supernatural events here might be caused by such movement. Otherwise, how could such a shocking scene happen in such a short period of time? Not bad, not bad. It makes a lot of sense. Brother Wong is indeed knowledgeable. Of course, I think that to have such high speed, it must be a top-grade heavenly treasure. With such spirituality, I reckon that such a heavenly treasure might already have a human form. Or even that this heavenly treasure might already have a spirit. This is highly possible." Everyone discussed as they moved forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already traveled dozens of miles. Wherever they passed, all the obstructing plants on the road were cleared away. Even the branches and trees above their heads were all swept away. The sky was clear, and sunlight shone in, filling the eyes with indescribable verdant greenery. Seeing the light of day again, the 80 Supreme Being experts were overjoyed. Duke Yu was so angry that his nose was crooked. Previously, he had spent a lot of effort to cover the entire sky above the forest with trees. Furthermore, he had made the entire forest into a natural formation suitable for the elves to cultivate. Only in this way could he ensure that the elven aura would not leak out in the slightest. He wanted to make use of this geographical advantage to prepare to break through to the supreme martial artist level. Who would have thought that at the most crucial moment, an unexpected flaw would suddenly appear in this carefully prepared elven formation? A gap would appear in the sky above certain places for no apparent reason. As soon as the gap appeared, the fairy chi, which had been abnormally abundant and condensed in one place, immediately had more options and began to dissipate from the gap, and it was showing signs of getting faster and faster. This sudden turn of events almost caused Duke Yu's cultivation to go berserk on the spot. How could this be? I had clearly set it up very, very well previously. With the spiritual chi dissipating, the supply would naturally be lacking. This supreme grade breakthrough had ended without a start or end. Duke Yu was extremely depressed. He could not figure out where exactly had gone wrong. Just as he was about to go and check it out, he heard a voice from afar. Elder Meow, this time we are destined to be rich. Look at this scene. The treasure here is definitely not a small matter. An old man's voice was very reserved as he said, yes, as long as we find it, everyone will benefit. Now, all of you, cheer up. Don't let the treasure not recognize it in front of us. That would be too much of a pity. Haha, we are all experienced hunters here. How could a fox escape from the cracks of our fingers? That's right. Fuck. Why are the trees above us still so dense? It seems like the further we go, the denser it gets. This is so damn depressing. Watch me sweep through an army of thousands and flatten it with one palm. Boom. Haha. Brother Lee's cultivation is indeed good. The power of one palm can sweep through 1,000 feet of the sky. Ha ha ha. Duke Yu's eyes were spitting fire. He was a genuine senior supreme grade expert. How could he not know what had gone wrong? Fuck him. It turned out that someone was sabotaging. Can't you fucking sabotage at any time? Do you have to interfere when I am about to succeed? What kind of deep hatred do I have with you for causing me to fail on the verge of success? Aren't you fucking bastards? If I don't chop these bastards into pieces, I will be letting down all the effort that I have wasted, and let down all the spiritual chi. Duke Yu stood up with a furious look on his face. His body emitted a tyrannical aura as he flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. He shot towards the direction of the sound like a lightning bolt. Miao Zhendong and the rest opened their divine senses as they rushed forward. They paid close attention, fearing that they would miss the trace of the treasure. As they moved forward, they could vaguely feel that some kind of mysterious feeling was getting closer and closer. Moreover, the speed of its approach was abnormally fast. In an instant, everyone became excited. The treasure must be right in front of them. Ha ha ha, it seems like it is taking the initiative to deliver itself to them. What is luck? Isn't this it? Keep quiet. Don't disturb the treasure. If the treasure is disturbed, it might run thousands of miles away. Then, all our efforts will be for naught. It would be boring if we fail at the last step. Miao Zhendong warned everyone seriously. Great consecrator, do you think that this treasure is already a spirit? I have lived for so long, but I have never seen a treasure in human form before. A second-grade supreme grade martial artist said with some fascination, this is hard to say now. Miao Zhendong said cautiously, any heavenly material and earthly treasure that has taken the form of a human is something that can only be encountered by chance. It has always only existed in legends, and no one has ever seen it. I heard that only those with great luck can see it. But no one can say that it definitely doesn't exist, right? Don't we have such a chance today? Another person said, yes, if it really is. Besides, looking at the situation here, how can ordinary treasures have such a function? We have encountered such a miraculous scene. Isn't this great luck? The previous person said, that's true. It is really great luck. Miao Zhendong was also a little excited. At this moment, a burst of rapid air-breaking sound came from afar. A voice that seemed to suppress the huge anger of the 3 rivers and 4 seas asked in a deep voice, "Who are all of you? Why are you here to ruin my good thing?" Everyone turned to look. Instantly, there was a burst of joyful exclamations. There was a person in front. This person was covered in green from head to toe. Even his hair was green. On his hair, there was a small flower that was slowly blooming. Although this person looked very angry, he still gave people a very refreshing feeling. There were even people with discerning eyes who noticed another incredible phenomenon. Following the appearance of this person in green, the flowers and trees at the side seemed to suddenly become excited. There were even a few stalks of grass that started to sprout green buds. What kind of situation was this? It was a miracle. What kind of thing could create such a shocking scene? It was great luck. Look, look, look. What the fuck? A supreme martial artist pointed at the grass under his feet excitedly. He was so excited that he stuttered, "Look, this grass. This grass. Grass. What the fuck?" Everyone lowered their heads to take a look. Instantly, exclamations of surprise filled the air. A total of 80 supreme martial artists shouted "fuck" at the same time. This was a truly shocking scene. This grass. What the fuck? What the fuck? This grass is really. What the fuck? Then, everyone looked up at the same time. They looked at the person in green in front of them with a gaze that was so hot that it could almost melt steel. They stared at him so hard that some people even started to drool. There was really a monster. And it was a completely human-shaped treasure. A monster. My God, I'm going to die from happiness. There's actually such a heaven-defying treasure in this world, and we've even encountered it. This is really a blessing from our ancestors' graves. This is the so-called Great Fate. What's the legendary? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Dukyu. They looked at him from head to toe again and again. Dukyu came with a heart full of anger. He couldn't wait to swallow this bunch of bastards who spoiled his plans. However, he actually had goosebumps all over his body because of the focused gazes of these people. He felt as if he was a naked, peerless beauty who had suddenly met a group of old bachelors who hadn't seen a woman for 80,000 years. They were all super hooligans. Their gazes were as if they wanted to swallow him alive. A chill ran down his spine. This supreme martial artist who had almost climbed to the peak actually. He couldn't help but take a step back. He said with uncertainty, "You guys, what do you want to do?" Wahahaha. A supreme martial artist laughed out loud with boundless pride. "Baby, what do we want to do? You asked us what we want to do? What do you think we want to do? What can we do?" Ha 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 ha. Dukyu's hair instantly stood up. "Old man, did I meet a group of that thing? And it's a large group of that thing?" he said angrily. "You bastard. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Old man is a man." Man? That supreme martial artist opened his eyes wide. He suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He was extremely happy. "A man is even better. Old man likes you to be a man. Ha ha ha. Then I'll have one more piece." The other dozens of people laughed out loud. They were overjoyed. "Not bad, not bad. This thing is really good. He can actually talk, scold people, and even call himself old man. This is really rare. Yes, yes. What's even more amazing is that he even knows that he's a man. He's quite smart. We're really lucky. If we didn't come here, how would we have met this man? We're really lucky." Yes, yes. Chapter 1480. Dukyu slowly raised his eyebrows. If he was furious just now, he was furious now. Damn it. Nothing is too strange in this world. Normally, it would be bad enough to meet one of them. Who would have thought that he would meet a group of them today? And they are all experts. Any one of them is a supreme martial artist. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the principle of birds of a feather flocking together and birds of a feather flocking together could be reflected in such a serious matter? This is too unimaginable. A group of men actually want to molest an old man? You are courting death. Dukyu roared. His murderous aura instantly surged out. It was obvious that Dukyu had the intention to kill. Ha ha ha. Courting death? A supreme martial artist laughed wildly. He grinned and said, "Yes, yes, An old man will die of happiness. You can make an old man die of happiness. I understand. Do you understand? Hee hee. This guy can actually get angry. He even has a murderous aura. It's quite a strong murderous aura. Damn. This is really good stuff. Miao Zhendong shouted, "Everyone, don't move. I have already said that I want to be the first to enjoy this man." That's right, that's right. The others echoed. Of course we have to satisfy the head consecrator first, but we beg the head consecrator to leave some soup for us to taste. Dukyu was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. This is too disgusting. Why is this group of people more disgusting than the other? Who are they? One of them carefully took a step forward. He didn't know what he was thinking. His nose twitched violently, and he took 2 deep breaths. Immediately, he had a satisfied look on his face. It smells so good. Everyone, smell it. His body smells really good. It's an indescribable fragrance. Oh, I'm so intoxicated. It's intoxicating. The others immediately felt as if they had discovered a new continent. They all twitched their noses. What kind of power was it when dozens of supreme martial artists took a deep breath together? In the blink of an eye, the area became a vacuum. Everyone who took a deep breath had an intoxicated look on their faces. It smells so good. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't wait. Such a good thing only happens once every 10,000 years. How can there be such a fragrant smell? Nonsense. How can a fairy's body not be fragrant? Miao Zhendong shouted. Surround them. Don't let him escape. Yes. This time. It's really cool. We're going to have a good time. Hurry up and use your cultivation to solidify the ground. Don't let him drill into the ground. Not bad. Hurry up. Damn. Everyone, look. The fragrance is even stronger now that this guy is angry. I'm going to get drunk again. This feels so good. That's right. That's right. It's actually a man. Ha ha ha. I wonder if this thing is tasty? Someone suddenly thought of something and looked fascinated. I really want to try it. Nonsense. Who doesn't want to try it? That must be where the essence lies. Do you think you're worthy? Even if it's my turn, it won't be yours. Forget it. Don't think about those useless things. That thing will definitely belong to the great consecrator alone. It's already good enough that we can get our hands on it. That's true. Only the head consecrator has such good fortune. Sigh, just imagine that scene. Head consecrator's mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's right. I don't know how thick it will be. Those tree roots and vines outside just now were already very thick. I don't know if his ability to induce rebirth will work on himself. Everyone started to laugh lewdly for some unknown reason. The great consecrator Miao Zhendong's face turned red and he said angrily, "A bunch of bastards. Always taking that kind of thing is like taking medicine. What nonsense are you talking about? What a scandal." That's right. Eating that thing is like eating medicine. Yes, it's medicine. Not that thing. That's not right. If it can really be reborn, then wouldn't all of us have a chance to get it? Cut one and another one grows. Of course, the first round will definitely belong to the great consecrator. We'll be satisfied if we can make it to the second, third, or fourth round. Everyone chimed in. Let's not talk about those nonsense first. This thing seems to have a very high cultivation level. Everyone should be careful when dealing with it. The second consecrator reminded loudly. As he spoke, Duke Yu's murderous aura became thicker and thicker. It had already reached an uncontrollable level. What the fuck? What kind of fucking perverts are you? It's already disgusting enough to play with it, and you actually want to eat my thing? You actually eat it like eating medicine? Why don't you fucking eat yours? All of you are courting death. Duke Yu shouted angrily and flew up. The current situation was no longer a matter of whether they would let Duke Yu go or not. On the contrary, Duke Yu would definitely not let them go. Among these people, the ones with the highest cultivation level were the 2 old men in the lead. Their strength was basically the same as his, at the peak of 8th grade supreme martial artist. But don't forget that below this piece of land was the city of fairies. Above them was a vast forest that stretched for thousands of miles. This was Duke Yu's absolute home ground. In such a place, Duke Yu didn't have to worry about getting hurt at all. No matter how serious his injuries were, as long as he wasn't dismembered on the spot, he would be able to recover in a very short time. Even if a mid-grade supreme martial artist came, Dooku was confident that he would definitely be able to fight and even win. Not to mention these people in front of him. What the fuck? He's really angry. Someone shouted. Oh no, I don't know if his essence will leak out when he's angry. Someone made a look of pity and continued to daydream. Then where will it leak out from? Another person joined in the fun. While they were talking, Miao Zhendong had already flown up and took the lead, impatiently facing Dooku in midair. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud and muffled sounds were heard as the two of them were shot to the left and right like 2 sharp arrows. Miao Zhendong's trembling hands were almost numb. He shouted, "This thing's cultivation level is very high. It might not be lower than mine. Everyone, be careful." His voice had already become heavy and cautious. As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, one will know whether he's an expert or not. Although it was just a move, Miao Zhendong already knew that the cultivation level of this human-shaped treasure in front of him was extraordinarily high. If he hadn't acted in time just now, even if those 2 fellows didn't die, at the very least, they would be injured. Even he himself was almost seriously injured because he underestimated the enemy just now. However, in addition to being surprised, but at the same time, there was also a kind of suppressed excitement. A human-shaped monster formed by a heavenly treasure could actually have such a cultivation level. Then, if he could swallow this treasure into his stomach, how would he be able to eat it? With that thought, the great consecrator felt so excited that he almost suffocated. His gaze was even more salivating as he looked at Dooku's crotch. The essence of the treasure, there should be even more miraculous effects, right? If he could eat it. Wahaha, too excited. This old man is really too excited. Damn, at such an old age, it wouldn't be strange even if he became an immortal on the spot. Everyone's reaction was more or less the same. After hearing this sentence, everyone's heart tightened. They were shocked by the strength of this human-shaped treasure. Then, they became even more excited and dizzy. It's actually a treasure that's so strong to such an extent. It's really a treasure, rare treasure that I've never seen in my life. Besides, so what if this guy's strength is about the same as the great consecrators? There are so many of us here. Even if we were to pile him up, he would die. As Dooku flew back, he opened his hands and a green brilliance surged. His 2 arms suddenly extended and grabbed 2 people on his left and right. As he retreated, he dragged them horizontally. As he roared, an unforeseen event occurred. All of a sudden, 2 masses of dark green energy rushed out from his 2 arms. In an instant, the surrounding flowers and trees suddenly grew at an astonishing speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Countless vines thickened by several times in an instant and became as hard as iron. Like an octopus from the bottom of the sea, they waved their tentacles and swept towards everyone. Countless tree roots suddenly flew out from the ground and wrapped around everyone. Even the grass on the ground suddenly sprouted countless branches and wrapped around everyone's legs. In an instant, the entire forest turned into a raging sea of green. The miraculous change in front of everyone's eyes made everyone dumbfounded. What a treasure! What a powerful treasure! Miao Zhendong's eyes shone with a divine light. His excitement had reached an extremely high level. He shouted with a trembling voice that seemed to be releasing all his emotions. A palm flew out and countless vines were shattered. However, more vines followed and wrapped around them. Behind the vines, Dooku looked at them with a cold and stern gaze. He was expressionless, as if he was looking at a dead person. Beside him, there were already 2 corpses. They were the 2 people that he had casually grabbed and killed when he retreated. Another wave of green energy surged on his legs. Immediately, countless vines and tree roots rushed up and dragged the 2 bloody corpses into the ground, turning them into fertilizer. Dooku's killing intent rose, and he could no longer control it. For so many years, he was forced to hide in the upper 3 heavens by the great clans of the upper 3 heavens. For someone as arrogant as him, this was simply unbearable. However, he couldn't bear it anymore. He had to bear it. But now that he had finally recovered his former strength and found such a treasured land after coming up, He encountered such a group of perverts when he was about to achieve great things. Such blasphemy was simply unbearable. Even if he could bear it, he couldn't bear it. Damn it, he was going to explode. With a shrill howl, Duke Yu's entire body flew out like a green lightning bolt. With a shake of his hand, a third-grade supreme martial artist's heavenly spirit was instantly shattered. The second high priest flew over from the side to rescue him. Duke Yu didn't want to get entangled in a fight with him. With a flying kick, he kicked the third-grade supreme martial artist who had just turned into a corpse, causing it to fall towards the second high priest. While the second high priest was dodging, Duke Yu's face was filled with rage and killing intent. He started a massacre again. 3 consecutive kicks were sent out at high speed. 3 supreme martial artists in front of him, left and right, let out loud screams at the same time. They flew up into the sky and spat out blood. They were barely breathing. Vines automatically flew out from the trees on both sides and grabbed the bodies of the 3 people in midair, pulling them to both sides at the same time. Chapter 1481. Hiss. The 3 of them were sliced into pieces in midair. Fresh blood poured down from the sky like a waterfall. Duke Yu let out a long howl. His body swayed continuously as he dodged at high speed. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced towards his ribs from a strange angle. His entire body dodged slightly to the side, and that treasured sword seemed to have brushed past his muscles. Duke Yu's palm had already sent the head of the owner of the treasured sword flying. A saber came slashing towards Duke Yu's face. Duke Yu tilted his body and sent a flying kick towards the person's crotch. Ouch! A tragic cry rang out. It didn't sound like a human's voice at all. That person screamed miserably as he flew over Duke Yu's head with his blade. Duke Yu stretched out his hand, and by the time that person flew over his head, he had already been sliced into 2. Chapter 770. Duke Yu's Wrath, 4th update. Darling is very fierce. Everyone, be careful. Miao Zhendong shouted loudly. When the word baby entered his ears, Duke Yu became even more furious. Damn it, you are still talking about baby even at this point in time. Baby your grandpa. With a flash of sword light, the long sword that was clamped under his ribs flew out. With a piyub sound, it pierced through the body of an expert. The remaining strength of the sword didn't diminish as it brought the body of the expert flying backwards, crashing into a tree. The long sword was nailed to the tree. This person was already dead. His body was hanging on the sword and slowly slid down. As it slid down, his body was sliced into 2. Duke Yu's body flashed again and again. Sometimes he was in the east, sometimes he was in the west, sometimes he was in the front, and sometimes he was in the right. In the blink of an eye, he had already circled around the entire arena. Behind him, at least 30 supreme martial artist experts had their eyes bulging out. Duke Yu wasn't completely unharmed. His body was also hit by 2 palms from one of the experts before he died. However, he didn't seem to have any reaction at all. It was as if he wasn't affected at all. It was only at this moment that the 2 consecrators who were leading the team turned pale with fright. They didn't expect this monster to be so fierce. With a whistle, everyone retreated. However, Duke Yu wasn't willing to let them go just like that. Part 7. The Fury of Duke Yu. Chase. Another 3 people turned into 3 clouds of blood mist in the process of retreating. Exactly half of the 80 experts were eliminated. There were 40 more. And all these changes happened in the short span of a few flicks of a finger. The ecstasy of discovering a human-shaped treasure in their hearts had yet to dissipate, but it had already turned into resentful spirits. No, it was more accurate to say that all the vengeful spirits were gone. Under the effect of Duke Yu's elven aura, the souls of those experts who had just died tragically were decomposed by the invisible green energy in the air and turned into pure heaven and earth energy. The souls of these insufferably arrogant supreme being experts had all turned into great nourishment for the trees in this place. Although the bloody massacre had begun, the surrounding trees and plants acted as cleaners, burying all the corpses and mangled flesh as they appeared. Even the bloodstains were cleaned up. The surrounding flowering trees and bushes that could bear flowers bloomed beautifully, and in an instant, the fragrance of the flowers filled the air, and the smell of blood disappeared. As far as the eye could see, it was a beautiful garden with a myriad of colors, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. Was this the battlefield that had just devoured 40 experts? However, such a beautiful place was actually the most terrifying and horrifying place of slaughter. Miao Zhendong no longer had the playful look from before, and his expression was extremely solemn as he stared at Dukyu. Even though so many people had already died, the passion in the hearts of the remaining people had not diminished at all. Instead, it had surged even higher. This was a human-shaped treasure. The more powerful the treasure, the more powerful its effects would be. If they were to consume it, then their cultivation? Wouldn't it be like rubbing? What was there to be afraid of when people died? If they died, it would mean that they were not capable enough. The more people who died, the better. The fewer people there were, the more they would be able to get, right? As the saying goes, greed blinds one's mind. Until now, this group of people still hadn't seen the situation in front of them and hadn't been able to clearly judge the terrifying strength in front of them. The 40 people formed a semicircle around Dukyu, and at the center of the encirclement was Dukyu's tall figure. "Sir, what kind of thing are you?" Miao Zhendong's eyes were filled with fervor, and his pupils shrunk. He secretly gathered his strength and asked, "What kind of treasure are you?" "Transforming into a human?" Facing such a powerful human-shaped treasure, Miao Zhendong no longer dared to treat it lightly. Even the tone of his voice had risen from treasure to sir. Dukyu was startled and said, "What? What did you say? What treasure? Transforming into a human? What are you talking about?" This group of people were very abnormal, and their strength was tyrannical. How could they speak so carelessly? I really don't know how they obtained their tyrannical cultivation. Miao Zhendong thought that the monster in front of him was putting on an act and was trying to make him lower his guard. "So," he said indifferently, "although your figure and actions are no different from a human, how can you hide from this old man's discerning eyes? This old man has long seen that you are the incarnation of a monster. Tell me, what kind of thing are you?" Dukyu was tongue-tied and said angrily, "You're the monster. Your whole family is full of monsters. Always your grandpa. With those two dead fish eyes of yours, you still dare to call yourself discerning eyes? I think you're more like a chicken eye or a chicken eye." Miao Zhendong said calmly, "Your strength is not ordinary. Why do you have to lower yourself and hurt people with your words? However, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Today's outcome has already been decided. I will definitely beat you back to your original form. Everyone, get ready." With a schwa sound, all the experts took a step forward in unison and assumed a battle stance. Dukyu suddenly felt very conflicted in his heart. What kind of person is this? How dare he say that I hurt people with my words? If I had said something that hurt people, how badly would you hurt me? Why do I look like a monster? How am I putting on an act? Could it be that these people are actually treating me as a spirit? Heavenly treasure. I'm really fucking speechless. A bunch of idiots. Just you wait. You old bastard on the other side. Open those chicken eyes of yours wide and look carefully. Is there a monster as handsome as me? Dukyu was furious. Haha. Miao Zhendong's gaze was like a deep pool, and he still looked calm. Monsters will never admit that they are monsters. I don't want to argue with you anymore. When I beat you back to your original form, everything will be clear. Dukyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This old bastard, just you wait. Let's see if I'll beat you up. There were still 2 8th grade supreme martial artists, 3 7th grade supreme martial artists, 7 9th grade supreme martial artists, 10 5th grade supreme martial artists, but only 3 4th grade supreme martial artists and 5 3rd grade supreme martial artists. The other 10 were all 2nd grade supreme martial artists. Those that he had killed just now seemed to be a glorious result, reducing the enemy's head by half. However, most of them were 2nd and 3rd grade supreme martial artists. The 2 strongest ones were only 4th grade supreme martial artists. This wasn't much of a loss to the enemy's high-end combat strength. This was also the real reason why the enemy didn't panic in the face of such a shocking change, and even had the confidence to turn the situation around. It seemed that the following tough battle could be expected. If it weren't for the trump card of exchanging injury for injury, the situation wouldn't have been optimistic for him. In fact, in terms of pure strength, although Dukyu had already reached the peak of 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist, the other party had 2 8th grade Supreme Martial Artists and a 7th grade Supreme Martial Artist, and many other high-grade Supreme Martial Artists as support. The encirclement had already been formed, and even if he wanted to escape, it would be a difficult matter. However, this was the home ground of the fairies, and Dukyu was a top-notch royal fairy. But for both sides, this was an unimaginable battle. Dukyu was innocent, and the enemy was also wrong due to a combination of factors. Dukyu sneered and slowly recited, "I am the king of the 8 barren lands. I am the king of the 10,000 rivers and mountains." His body floated in the air. "Everyone, go." Miao Zhendong's pupils shrank. "Everyone, pay attention to your strength. Don't break it. If it breaks, the medicinal effect will be greatly reduced, and the loss will outweigh the gain." Everyone rushed forward. Dukyu let out a long howl and descended from the sky. He rushed into the crowd like a sharp arrow. Bang! After exchanging a palm strike with the second high priest, the second high priest's body retreated rapidly. He wanted to borrow the momentum of his retreat to dissipate this tyrannical impact. However, Dukyu, who was similarly impacted by the huge impact, did not retreat but instead advanced. Forcefully enduring the surging blood and chi in his chest, he let out a loud shout and grabbed out with both of his hands. The heads of the 2 second-grade Supreme Martial Artists were grabbed by him at the same time, and with a bang, the 2 watermelons exploded, splattering red all over the ground. After succeeding in his attack, he still didn't retreat. He took a step forward and kicked out. The high priest didn't take the attack. His body flashed, and his palm came down like a knife. Dukyu retracted his leg and moved to the left side of the high priest like a ghost. He actually put his shoulder under the high priest's palm. At the same time, he punched the high priest's left chest. The great consecrator let out a muffled groan as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It happened to merge with the blood that Dukyu had spat out. The great consecrator Miao Zhendong hastily retreated, but how could Dukyu let him escape? Among so many people, the most disgusting and hateful one was this old pervert, this tortoise bastard. His whole body withstood the attacks from all directions, and he moved forward like lightning. His palms were like giant axes that could split mountains, and he continuously attacked Miao Zhendong's chest. Miao Zhendong's body flew close to the ground as he retreated, and he kept defending with his palms. He was shocked and angry at the same time. "You don't want to live anymore." He couldn't be blamed for shouting like that. The other party's fighting style was obviously a suicidal fighting style. It was even a self-destructive attack. If he wasn't careful, he would die before he could kill Miao Zhendong. After all, the high priest was only taking on Dukyu's own attacks, and Dukyu himself had to take on countless attacks from all directions. Full of bullshit. If you want to kill me, will you let me live? If you don't take the opportunity to find a scapegoat, when will you? Dukyu smiled coldly. "Old bastard, didn't you say that you want to eat my treasure? I'll give you a chance. Come and eat, you pervert." While he was talking, his hands still didn't relax. Suddenly, he roared, "Living beings of heaven and earth, be used by me. Come." 4th update. 3320 update. There are still 4.5 hours left until 24 o'clock. Can my monthly votes reach 3,420? I continued to write. Chapter 1482. Following Dukyu's loud roar, the entire forest seemed to be shaking. Countless green streams of air swirled and surged towards the battlefield. Dukyu breathed out and inhaled. He fought crazily while using his body to resist the attacks. At the same time, he absorbed a huge amount of spirit energy to heal his injuries. He was injured at every moment, but he was also recovering at every moment. Bang, bang, bang. Miao Zhendong forcefully took a breath and received 17 palm attacks. Dukyu's chi and blood were already surging. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The surrounding Supreme's palm attacks were also landing on his body. However, he still didn't care. After a round of brute force, Miao Zhendong's last breath was completely exhausted, and he could no longer hold on. His face suddenly turned bright red, and he let out a miserable shriek. His entire right arm was broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that filled the sky. Part 777. A Powerful Monster. Fifth update. His entire body plowed a huge ditch on the ground as he flew out with a boom. Miao Zhendong's momentum came to a stop when his back hit a large tree with a bang. However, before Miao Zhendong could recover from his shock, the roots of the large tree automatically emerged from the ground and tightly wrapped around him along with the vines at the side. Miao Zhendong let out a loud roar. Something that looked like a burning flame was emitted from his body. The surrounding roots and vines were instantly turned into ashes. Dukyu originally planned to continue chasing and killing Miao Zhendong. However, he didn't expect the sound of wind behind him. Following that, he roared, "Evil creature! Damn it!" The second consecrator had finally arrived. This time, he went all out and didn't hold back anymore. If he held back any longer, he would probably end up in the same state as Miao Zhendong. After all, Dukyu's tyrannical strength and his determination to fight with his life were too terrifying. Seeing the second consecrator's ferocious attack, Dukyu didn't fight back. He somersaulted and escaped into the sky. He had already arrived on the trunk of a big tree. With a flash of green light, the tree branches grew densely and covered the entire sky above everyone's head. The second consecrator let out a loud roar and struck out with his palm. 100-feet-tall demon. Fifth update. The sky instantly cleared up. However, Dukyu was nowhere to be seen. Only a hoarse laughter could be heard. "Wait for your death, bastards!" Everyone leaped onto the treetops at the same time. As far as the eye could see, that green-clothed figure was nowhere to be seen. A painful groan came from below. The source was none other than High Consecrator Miao Zhendong. "He's too powerful." Miao Zhendong's old face scrunched up like a cigar. He said angrily, "I didn't expect this treasure to be so fierce." Cough, cough, cough. As he coughed, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. When he was fighting with Dukyu, his initial intention of retreating was to neutralize the huge amount of energy that was generated from the conflict between the two of them. Without any surprises, it was the most logical, even a supreme being of the highest grade. After exchanging a blow with his full strength, he also needed to retreat to reduce his strength. Otherwise, he would have to use his own body to withstand the huge impact caused by the aftershock of the palm strike, which would most likely cause his internal organs to be shaken. This wasn't a joke. Although it wasn't easy for Supreme Being experts to get injured, and they could quickly recover from ordinary injuries, it wasn't easy for them to recover from injuries caused by experts of the same level. But he never thought that he would encounter such a monster today. One of them had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Supreme Martial Artist realm. He completely disregarded his own safety and raised his hand to risk his life. This was really a weirdo. Not only did he not retreat after exchanging a blow with the second High Consecrator, he also fought with him until both of them were injured. In fact, he was getting crazier and crazier. Swords and sabers fell like rain, and fists and palms flowed like water. None of the attacks were a joke, but he didn't care at all. He just aimed at himself and crazily smashed 20 palms. He smashed himself down from the sky and smashed himself into the ground. That wasn't the end. He kept smashing himself until he couldn't catch his breath. Miao Zhendong could guarantee with his life that this bastard's injuries were definitely more serious than his own. In fact, it was more than twice as serious. But he still did it. He did it without any hesitation. He did it without any scruples. And what made Miao Zhendong the most sullen was that he wasn't the only one who wanted to eat him. Do you have to be so relentless? Do you dare to risk your life a little more? Miao Zhendong became even angrier after he carefully examined his injuries. His internal organs were severely damaged, and almost all of them showed signs of displacement. His right arm was broken, and his entire arm was shattered. He was almost half crippled, and 3 of his ribs were broken. Even breathing could cause him severe pain. Until now, he still had an uncontrollable urge to vomit blood. What the fuck was going on? This is really, really beyond the norm of martial arts. There's actually such a monster. The High Consecrator felt very embarrassed. He didn't know how long it had been since he was last injured. High Consecrator, this is what I think. That thing has such an ability. It should be like that in the first place. Another mid-grade supreme martial artist said with a wry smile, after all, it's a different existence from us. It's a demon. That makes sense. Miao Zhendong felt slightly relieved. He forced himself to stand up from the ground. There was no point in saying anything else now. It was more important to heal his injuries as soon as possible. The second High Consecrator hurried forward and transferred his cultivation to help heal his injuries. Among those present, only the second High Consecrator had this ability. The help of the others was either a drop in the bucket or would only make things worse. With the departure of that demon, the environment here seemed to have returned to normal. Thinking of that inexplicable battle just now, more than half of the 80 people who came out of the house were actually lost. Everyone's hearts were somewhat heavy. Everyone, let's continue forward. Miao Zhendong recovered some of his energy. He waved his hand and said, there's no need to be discouraged. This demon is already seriously injured. My injuries are already this bad, so his injuries are definitely more serious than mine. Most importantly, that fellow already hates us to the core. Such a strange creature that has taken human form is narrow-minded and vengeful. He will definitely not give up on revenge. His revenge is an opportunity that we can make use of. Therefore, everyone must be alert and pay attention to the movements around us. Since the opportunity has come, we must not let it slip through our fingers. High Consecrator is right. Everyone said in unison. So what if a few people died? You have to give up something to gain something. If you want to gain something, you have to give something. How could there be success without sacrifice? Moreover, that fellow was already seriously injured, even more seriously than the High Consecrator. The High Consecrator still had the second Consecrator to help him recuperate. That demon couldn't possibly find another of his kind to help him recuperate, right? Big brother, I feel a little uneasy in my heart. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with what happened today. The second Consecrator frowned. Is it really a demon? The High Consecrator turned his head. You have other opinions? What I mean is, although that person's battle style is unusually strong and very different from ordinary people, I keep feeling that it's still a person fighting with us and not a demon. The second Consecrator was somewhat worried. My feeling tells me that the enemy we've provoked this time is an extremely strong and troublesome enemy. Definitely not a demon. Ha ha ha. The High Consecrator laughed. Second brother, what do you think is the approximate level of this fellow's cultivation? 8th grade supreme martial artist peak. He's definitely not weaker than you and me, but in terms of strength, he's not necessarily stronger than us. They're roughly on par. The second Consecrator didn't even think about it. Both of them had the same understanding on this point. Let me ask you again. Second brother, how many people do you think there are in the entire continent who have such a cultivation? The High Consecrator scoffed and said, those who have such a cultivation, which one of them isn't in our information, and which one of them is unknown to us? And the most important thing is, do you know that there was once such a person? For a person to cultivate to 8th grade supreme martial artist, no matter what, he'd still need to roam the martial world and gain experience, right? Do you have any sense of familiarity with this fellow's information? His resume? Such a strange appearance and a hatred that's close to that of a wild beast. Has there ever been such a special kind of expert? No, I don't have any impression of him. There's not even one that's close to him. That's right. Then if he's really a human and not a demon, then did he fall from the sky? Or crawl out from the ground? The High Consecrator sneered. The second High Consecrator was speechless. Let's put aside his strange appearance and his almost disorganized fighting style. Have you noticed another very important thing? When he opens his hands, there's a patch of lush green. Wherever the greenery passes, the surrounding flowers and trees grow rapidly. Have you ever seen such a special ability? The High Consecrator snorted and said, even the entire forest can be used as an army by him to attack. What kind of person do you think would have such an ability? At this point, the High Consecrator laughed. The second High Consecrator nodded and said, "Big Brother's words make sense. I'm probably thinking too much." The High Consecrator chuckled and said, "Second Brother, don't worry too much. Or perhaps you should think more about how much benefits we can get after we capture this treasure. Ha ha ha, think about it carefully." Dukyu, who was heavily injured, quickly escaped into the dense forest. In an instant, he was more than a few hundred miles away in a patch of green waves. Only then did he feel at ease to check the injuries on his body. He grimaced in pain. "Motherfucker, I'm so aggrieved. I've never seen anything like this before. I've also never experienced such an inexplicable battle." Even until now, Dukyu still didn't know what this group of perverts was doing. Which force did they belong to? Just like that, they fought until they were hovering between life and death. Looking at the injuries on his body, Dukyu grimaced in pain. So ruthless. In that short battle just now, he was only focused on chasing after the perverted High Consecrator. He didn't care about the attacks of the others at all. Now that he checked, it was really shocking. It was fortunate that he didn't lose his life just now. There were more than 300 palms, more than 100 kicks, 70 to 80 fingers, and more than 10 knives, 20 to 30 swords. He believed that the legendary 100 palms entanglement and 1,000 cuts to pieces were nothing more than this. Chapter 1483. Actually, Dukyu didn't know that his injuries this time were due to the enemy's mercy. If it wasn't for the great Consecrator's warning, "Everyone, pay attention to your strength and don't break it," his injuries would have been even more serious. Dukyu didn't dare to be negligent. This wasn't a light injury. Even with the help of the spirit energy, it would still take some time to heal. He immediately sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. He gritted his teeth and thought, "You bastards, first you used words to tease me, then you said you wanted to eat me in front of me. You even treated me as a spirit. Fine, fine, fine. I'll show you perverts this time. If I can't kill you bastards and perverts, I'll tear off your dick and feed it to the dogs." This time, he used the power of the forest to heal his injuries, but the transmission channel came from underground. The strong enemy was here. Chapter 778. From being chased to being chased on the side, they were all people with extremely sharp divine senses. How would Dukyu dare to rashly cross the sky to collect the spirit energy? However, the underground transmission was the same. The tide-like spirit energy was continuously transmitted into Dukyu's body through the underground. At the same time, Dukyu clearly felt that the aura of the City of Elves was rapidly emerging from an unknown depth underground and entering his body. Dukyu only felt that his heavy injuries were rapidly healing. It was almost in an instant. This made Dukyu's desire to find Chu Yang and restore the City of Elves even stronger. As the High Priest's injuries advanced and healed, he took some healing elixirs and had already recovered a lot. Other than his broken arm and ribs, which still needed some time to heal, his internal injuries were basically no longer a problem. He also became more energetic. As for the expression on his face, it was no different from before. Along the way, a group of supreme martial artists led the way. There were also a dozen or so experts who simply stepped on the treetops to advance, afraid that they would miss any traces of the treasure. It didn't take long. They had already walked for 200 miles. The surroundings were silent, and this silence seemed to be able to last forever. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, as well as an aura unique to the forest. They almost didn't encounter any obstructions or disturbances. The only obstruction was the 70 to 80 poisonous snakes that they killed along the way. However, this little threat to a supreme martial artist was completely not worth mentioning. Could it be that the treasure is afraid? He has already escaped. One of the 5th-grade supreme martial artists muttered, It can't be that smart." The other person was also a little surprised and doubtful. If their precious Gigi were to run away, then all of them would have lost everything. They would not have gained anything at all. Not only did he not gain anything, he even had to sacrifice the lives of dozens of supreme martial artists. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out, and a very familiar green light flashed past. He was one of the 10 supreme martial artists who were exploring the way at the top of the tree. 2 people somersaulted and fell to the ground. Only the remaining few people could be heard shouting angrily. Then, the sound of an intense battle could be heard. The people under the tree naturally did not dare to be negligent. With a whoosh sound, they all rushed forward, only to discover that the intense battle had already ended. However, those 8 supreme martial artists still maintained their battle postures, but their enemies had already disappeared without a trace. The high priest instructed a few 7th-grade supreme martial artists to observe the surroundings to see if they could find any traces of the sneak attackers escaping. Then, they rushed to the place where the 2 sneak attackers had fallen. He focused his gaze and saw the 2 people on the ground. Blood was still gurgling out of their throats. They could not be any more dead. There were many tree roots and vines entwined around the 2 corpses, as if trying to pull the 2 corpses into the ground. The lower half of their bodies had already been dragged in quite a bit. Seeing this strange situation, everyone looked on helplessly. They tried to keep calm on the surface, but their hearts were already cold. What happened just now? Miao Zhendong asked loudly. Just now, we were flying all the way, searching for traces of that spirit, but we didn't find anything. Suddenly, a person appeared out of nowhere in midair. His entire body was green. Because his appearance was too sudden, we were completely unprepared. 3rd Brother Mu and 4th Brother Che's throats were grabbed by that person, and then blood spurted out. We hurriedly went to help them, but that person immediately let go and ran away. He didn't say a word, and then mysteriously disappeared again. Although that person only appeared for a short time, we can still confirm that he is that treasure from before. That green body, I definitely won't be mistaken. The person with the highest cultivation in the previous group replied. The person who replied could still tell the whole story. As for the supreme martial artist beside him, he was obviously frightened. The 2 people who had just died were right next to him. They were the closest to him. He could even feel their desperate struggle at the last moment. In just a moment, 2 supreme being experts who had similar cultivation levels to him were finished just like that. If the other party's target was me, even with the cultivation of Mu Laosan and Che Laosan, they couldn't even put up any resistance and were finished just like that. Another person's face was pale. This demon is too scary. Don't say any more. Everyone, don't worry about nothing and disturb the morale of the troops. Let's continue forward. Miao Zhendong's face was gloomy. Everyone was silent, because everyone could feel an extremely strong sense of danger rising spontaneously. If the other party came out to fight openly, they wouldn't be afraid. In fact, they would be more than happy to do so. However, the other party was obviously very smart. He only hid in the dark and launched a sneak attack. Once he succeeded, he didn't linger and disappeared in an instant. Everyone knew that this entire forest was the other party's home ground. The other party could appear and disappear unpredictably and hide in an instant. But what about them? This time, the ones who died were Mu Laosan and Che Laosan. Then, who would be the next one? Would it be them? Everyone was silent for a moment and continued to move forward. Originally, they were inexplicably excited about the treasure-hunting trip, but because of the huge accident just now, everyone felt insecure. Everyone walked carefully for a few miles. Suddenly, there was another sudden scream. The body of the person who was walking at the back exploded into a bloody mist. Everyone hurriedly turned back to check, but only saw a green figure flash and disappear. A sinister laugh reverberated in the air. "Come out, you demon!" Miao Zhendong shouted. "What kind of hero are you if you keep hiding? If you have the guts, come out and fight openly." A low, sinister laughter came from the green forest. "I'm not a hero. I'm a demon." Miao Zhendong heard it and cursed continuously. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. "High Priest, what kind of hero are you talking to a demon about?" Many people cursed silently. That demon was obviously a smart one. Was he stupid enough to rush out and fight a big group of supreme martial artists? What's more, he had already suffered once before. As long as he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't voluntarily come out and sacrifice himself, right? Right now, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. It's quite unfavorable for us. The only thing we can do now is to increase our speed and pass through this boundless forest as soon as possible. The second high priest frowned. Even if he wants to take revenge, he can only do it when we are still in the forest. Once we increase our speed, we will definitely mess up his plan. As long as we can leave this place, we don't have to worry about his plot. If he doesn't do anything, then after we pass through, we can call more experts the next time we come back. We don't have to worry about him escaping to the sky. The second high priest said, "Moreover, this demon is so strong. Even if others come, as long as they don't have a specific strategy, I believe they may not be able to subdue him. Therefore, big brother, you don't have to worry about him being taken away by others when you come back. All right, we can use fire to attack and burn the whole forest. Let's see if he can grow faster or the fire can burn faster. Fire won't work. Once there is a fire here, I'm afraid we will be the first ones to fall into the sea of fire. It's hard for us to get out from such a far distance. Moreover, this demon moves very quickly. He can hide in this huge forest anytime. Fire won't be able to catch up to him. Since that's the case, we can only come back next time." "That's true." Miao Zhendong muttered to himself for a moment and said, "It's decided then. When we come back next time, we will take this thing in one fell swoop." Everyone's spirits were lifted. Next, everyone became alert and quickened their pace. They cut through all obstacles and advanced bravely. However, no matter how fast they were, this forest covered an area of thousands of miles. How could they cross it in such a short period of time? Not to mention that everyone had deliberately slowed down their speed in order to search carefully. Their progress now was not even a quarter of the whole journey. As they advanced, another 3 people fell into the forest and became nutrients for the plants. Originally, there were only half of the 40 people left. Now, there were 12 people left. People kept getting killed. Everyone's faces became gloomier as they rushed forward at full speed. Every time Dukyu made a move, he would first choose the weakest and easiest to deal with. Every time he made a move, he would not miss. Once he succeeded, he would not stop. He was like a ghost wandering in the human world. Moreover, this was in the dark of the night. Home ground. Absolute home ground. He could even appear from any tree to carry out an attack. He could suddenly appear from any bush. Every time he appeared, one person would disappear from the world forever. As the number of people continued to decrease, the fear of unknown attacks in everyone's hearts grew stronger and stronger. The initial excitement of seeing a human-shaped treasure had long flown away. 28 people left. Dukyu was still wandering freely in the forest. Not far away, he looked at the group of people who were rushing forward, intending to leave the forest. He calculated silently in his heart. Since he made a move again, he had already killed 12 people. Such a result made Dukyu feel that he was a fool for choosing to fight the enemy head-on just now. However, low-level Supreme Beings were basically extinct now, and the remaining ones were all high-level Supreme Beings. Each one of them was stronger than the last. If he wanted to kill them silently like he did before, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for him to escape unscathed after landing a blow. Dukyu's eyes shot out a green light in the dark forest. He was carefully considering his next strategy. Chapter 1484. At this moment, everyone's hearts were sullen and depressed to the point of madness. There was also an indescribable sense of fear. A mid-grade supreme martial artist actually needed someone to protect him just for a breath of air. He needed 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists and 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists to protect him. Even so, he wasn't completely safe. How ridiculous was this? Would anyone believe it if he told them? But at this moment, the 4 people below had already scouted out the terrain. Just as the 4 above were about to descend, another mishap befell him. A strange, almost illusory figure shot out from the forest below like a bolt of lightning. With only a swoosh sound, it crossed the sky and crashed into the group of 4 second-grade supreme martial artists like a meteor. The second high priest roared, Part 7, Chapter 780. The breakthrough of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. Be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a muffled bang. Dukyu's resolute palm, which contained all of his cultivation, had already landed accurately on the dantian of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. The other three immediately counterattacked, drawing their swords and sabers at the same time. Their counterattacks were as swift as lightning. Dooku let out a long laugh and actually didn't dodge or evade. He took on the three terrifying attacks head-on, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then, he forcefully grabbed the shoulder of another mid-grade supreme martial artist, while his other hand slapped cleanly on the top of this person's head. Then, he abruptly raised his knee and hit this person's dantian. Pa! There was a very crisp sound. This mid-grade supreme martial artist's head first shattered. Then, his dantian exploded, turning into minced meat at the same time as the previous mid-grade supreme martial artist, flying in all directions. The second high priest's sword came attacking with the sound of wind and thunder. His attack was extremely fast and violent. Dooku didn't receive the attack. He quickly retreated. However, there was a shining sword on his thigh and lower abdomen. There were 2 swords and 4 holes in his body. He flew down with blood dripping from his body. Behind him, there was still a sword light like lightning. Just as the sword light touched his back, he turned into a ball of green light again and completely disappeared in the vast forest. The second high priest's expression changed. Part 7, Chapter 780. The breakthrough of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. He stood there with a pale face. Facing such an unexpected situation, he had an urge to curse. The other party was too cunning and too cruel. He did not hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries. He would rather be heavily injured to kill the enemy. What a ruthless person. Everyone, let's go. Chief Consecrator Miao Zhendong's spirit was somewhat dispirited, and his eyes were already somewhat dull. Along the way, another 2 middle-grade supreme martial artists fell one after another. Then, even the 7th-grade supreme martial artists finally started to become Duke Yu's hunting target. Once all the low-grade supreme martial artists were dead, it would naturally be the turn of the 7th-grade supreme martial artists. During this process, the High Consecrator and his entourage also confirmed a terrifying fact. It caused their last bit of stubbornness to completely vanish. This discovery was not a big deal. It was just that they realized that no matter how serious the injuries were, this spirit could quickly recover. When it appeared in front of them again, it would definitely be full of spirit and vitality. That was all. His injuries were worsening all the way, while the other party kept on recovering. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. With such unequal conditions and a negative environment, it would be strange if he still had confidence. The High Consecrator was the last to arrive. There was only one word: escape. If you could escape, you were lucky. If you couldn't, you were unlucky. That was all. It was evening. Seeing a cloud of smoke finally appearing in front of them, both the High Consecrator and the Second Consecrator had tears streaming down their faces. The heavens had pity on them. This journey to hell, to the death of the gods, had finally come to an end. We are finally going to get out of this damned forest. This period of running for our lives is really unbearable to look back on. Just thinking about it made them scared. It was an eternal nightmare. Looking at each other who was all alone, both of them had tears in their eyes. The joy of being reborn after so many years, they had long forgotten what tears were. At this moment, they could not hold back their tears. 80 people came out and now, only the 2 of us are left. Even the 3 7th-grade supreme martial artists were all dead now. The other party's viciousness caused the 2 of them who'd experienced many battles to tremble with fear, and just thinking about it caused them to feel a wave of terror. Who would have imagined that what seemed to be a peerless fortune that descended from the heavens was actually a peerless calamity? Speaking of this part of the journey, the most frightening part was the last 1,500 miles. When the human-shaped demon killed the last 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists, the 2 High Consecrators did not dare to help at all. It was not that the 2 High Consecrators did not want to help, but it was meaningless. The human-shaped demon was too vicious, completely disregarding its own safety and fighting with its life. But it had the ability to do so. Not to mention 1 8th-grade supreme martial artist, even 3 or 4 of them would have died. But it only needed to hide for a while and immediately recover to its peak state. How could they fight such a battle? It was better to let the demons suffer the counterattacks of the two seventh-grade supreme martial artists before their deaths. The more severe its injuries, the longer it could hide and recover, giving them more time to escape from this ghost town. For the next 1,500 miles, the two high consecrators were on tenterhooks, suspecting that everywhere they looked could be an ambush set by the demon. They perfectly acted out what it meant to be jittery at the slightest sound. But until they escaped from the vast forest, they still did not encounter any attacks. This result made both of them anxious and doubtful. Could it be that the other party actually gave up at such a time? Or was it that the counterattacks of the two seventh-grade supreme martial artists before their deaths caused too much damage to him and he could not recover in time? But no matter what, it was fortunate that they were able to escape, no matter what. At the last moment, the two of them actually used a secret technique, risking a huge loss of cultivation and almost disregarding their lives, escaped out of the dense forest in the northwest direction. They only hated that their parents did not give birth to them with two more legs. "Mom, I won't be greedy next time." "Bah, there won't be a next time. There definitely won't be a next time." It was not that Dukyu really did not want to continue the chase, but after he fought hard and killed the last two seventh-grade supreme martial artists, although he was also seriously injured, his injuries were still within the range of being able to recover quickly. He had absolute confidence that he could recover in a short period of time and continue the hunt. But at that moment, something happened. Dukyu inexplicably felt some kind of mysterious feeling. This feeling was very familiar, yet also very strange and distant. It was the feeling of breaking through. Dukyu really gritted his teeth. I was about to break through just now, but was interrupted by a group of perverts, and was even treated as a demon by that group of perverts, which almost angered me to death. It was not easy to kill this group of perverts and bastards. Just as I was happily killing them, I suddenly had a breakthrough. What is this called? You left when you shouldn't have left, and you came when you shouldn't have come. What do you want me to do? What do I do? What do I do? Do I do it according to the highest standards? Serve him diligently. Although he was angry, Dukyu still did not dare to have the slightest bit of neglect. Since the opportunity to break through came again, it was better to do it honestly. As for the remaining two eighth-grade supreme martial artists, he would let them go first. At most, he would find them after he broke through. Anyway, today's hatred could only be washed away with their blood. Previously, he heard from their conversation that they were going to the northwest to deal with the Calamity Sword Master. When the time came, he would directly go to the northwest to settle the score with them after he broke through. Dukyu's temper had always been like this. To those who offended him, even if they were thousands of miles away to the ends of the earth, he would definitely teach them a lesson. As for those who he wanted to kill, he had never let any of them go. How could Dukyu let the two consecrators who escaped escape so easily? You can escape for a while, but do you have the ability to escape for a lifetime? This was definitely not a casual remark. Besides, I originally planned to go to Chuyang for help immediately after I broke through to 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist. But if I took the initiative to go to him, that guy would definitely ask me for help. Now that I have such a legitimate reason to go, I will be doing him a great favor. Those are two peak 8th grade Supreme Martial Artists experts. I helped him and even took revenge. When the time comes, I won't have to be embarrassed when I ask him for help. It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Dukyu's heart was full of calculations. One day later, the two great consecrators had already fled thousands of miles away from the boundless forest. They were rushing towards the rendezvous point with all their might. Suddenly, they felt the earth tremble. Then, an earth-shattering pressure came from behind them. The distance was already very far, and this feeling was also very faint. But the higher the level of the Supreme Martial Artist, the more obvious this feeling was. At this moment, an 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist actually appeared. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes at the same time. They both exclaimed, "Only when an 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist had just broken through would there be such a scale of power." Speaking of breaking through to the Supreme Martial Artist level, it was also the biggest wish of these two, since they reached the peak of 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist 1,500 years ago. At this moment, someone had broken through, but it wasn't them. At this moment, the two of them felt really strange. It was almost indescribable with words. Who exactly broke through? The two of them leaped into the sky at the same time and looked back. The most likely location of the breakthrough is directly in the boundless mountain forest. The two of them looked at each other and saw the cold sweat on each other's forehead. Could it be that it was that monster who broke through? Miao Zhendong's face was ashen. Most likely. I was still wondering why he didn't chase after us in the last 1,000 miles. So it turns out that he didn't give up, but that he was suddenly facing a breakthrough. The second great master swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If he really succeeded in breaking through, wouldn't the two of us have provoked a great enemy that we can't match? Miao Zhendong's old face was distorted. Damn it. Did he have to be so deceitful? He chased after us all the way for fun, and when we're done for, he even made a breakthrough. Isn't this asking us to live in a nightmare for the rest of our lives? I even suspect that he broke through because of the battle with us. After so many battles of life and death, he has been on the verge of death several times. It's not strange for him to break through at the same time as us. Chapter 1485. Although the two of them were lucky enough to escape unscathed, they had been constantly flying in the air during their escape. At the last part of the journey, they had even used a secret technique to speed up their escape. The amount of energy they had consumed was even greater than the amount they had used in the previous battles. It was extremely difficult to recover, not to mention that their state of mind was slightly damaged after so many incidents. It was too difficult for them to break through their original bottleneck and reach the peak of supreme martial artist level. Miao Zhendong was dumbfounded. He wanted to cry but had no tears. At first, when they discovered the abnormality, they thought that there was a treasure at their doorstep and went a hunt for it excitedly. But in the end, they were completely wiped out. The two of them were also fleeing like stray dogs. It turned out that this was not the worst result. Damn it, the worst was yet to come. The enemy was actually using the battle experience to hunt them. Chapter 781. Brothers, let's have a drink before the battle of life and death. Fourth update. He had broken through to the supreme martial artist level. Could there be anything more fucked up and devastating than this? If Dukyu knew how the two of them were feeling, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of saliva. If it wasn't for you bunch of perverts, he would have broken through to the supreme martial artist level long ago. Also, if it wasn't for this sudden breakthrough, do you think the two of you would be able to escape unscathed? Humans should learn to be grateful. Let's hurry up and leave. He has just broken through, and I think he still needs to stabilize his realm. But this process might not be very long. It will take at most a day. The second priest said, from my observation of this demon, he is extremely vengeful. Once he has broken through, he will definitely find trouble with us. Let's send a message to the others and ask them to rush over to help. We don't need to take a detour anymore. Rushing to the northwest is the right thing to do. The faster, the better. There are many experts there. As long as we reach there, we will be really safe. You're absolutely right. Let's go, let's go. Miao Zhendong nodded. When that time comes, if this treasure is really there, let's gather everyone's strength to kill him. I don't believe that he will leave the 7th Division. Brothers, let's have a drink before the battle of life and death. Fourth update. This strange forest is so sharp. My dear brother, you are my dear brother. Please have mercy on me. Don't even think about killing him. He has already tasted it. The second high priest was speechless for a while. Quickly shield your divine sense and leave. The two of them sped up and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh sound. Another day and a half passed. Outside the boundless mountain forest, a whoosh sound was heard. A handsome figure came out. He was dressed in green, and his face was calm and gentle. He was tall and slender, and naturally had a kind of elegant elegance. The person who came was Dukyu. After determining the direction, he directly set off. His direction was very fixed and very simple. Northwest. Chuyang, I'm here. I don't know if you still remember the agreement we made in the 3 heavens. That is the greatest hope of my elven race. His biggest wish, our supreme, peerless expert, Dukyu, is here. Yi family. Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged in the hall with his eyes closed, meditating quietly. Suddenly, someone hurried over to report. Elder Master, eldest young master suddenly went missing. When I went to deliver food to him just now, I discovered that the door to his room was wide open. I don't know where he went. Yi Chunshin sighed. Don't bother about him. Look after the family. After the servant left, Yi Chunshin slowly opened his eyes. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. How could he not know about Yi Zue's departure? All of Yi Zue's movements were covered by his divine sense. Yi Chunshin didn't stop Yi Zue when he desperately broke through the restriction and escaped last night. I hope that you can find your own way and come back alive. If you really can't find it, then don't come back. Even if you come back, I will personally destroy you. Shao Clan's Shao Qinyu's reinforcement team. Currently, they had already passed through the land where winter and summer alternated and entered the Northwest Territory. They were still advancing slowly, and at most, they walked less than 700 miles in a day. This speed was naturally several times faster than ordinary people. But compared to these people's own strength, it was so slow that it was practically like an old cow climbing a hill. From the southeast all the way here, it actually took them 2 months and 10 days to walk. But they had finally arrived. They had already entered the Northwest, the land of ice and snow. Shao Qinyu just sat in the carriage and didn't move at all throughout the journey. Other than drinking some water occasionally, he didn't even eat. He was silent throughout the journey, as if he was deliberating and scheming about something. But ultimately, he had a lot on his mind throughout the journey, causing the entire team to be extremely depressed. In short, the atmosphere was as gloomy as it could be. Stop! Shao Qinyu looked at the snowy ground in front of him and instructed calmly. Then, he waved his sleeves and the accumulated snow on the ground flew up without warning, revealing the ground below. The members of the Shao clan were shocked to discover that it wasn't an ordinary ground beneath them. Instead, it was a patch of dried blood, and there were even some pieces of flesh and blood from a corpse. A human head with dried flesh and blood rolled on the ground, facing the sky. Cold winds howled, and the Northwest was a land of ice and snow. Yet, it had preserved the bloodstains of decay and the cruelty of war very well. This is already the boundary of the battlefield. Shao Qinyu looked at the human head on the ground silently and said calmly, the Allied forces actually didn't clean up and bury the corpses. Is this wind and snow so useful? Everyone was silent for a moment, feeling desolate. They were also going to participate in this battle. Would the final outcome be the same? Shao Qinyu suddenly exuded an inexplicable aura. A peak-grade supreme martial artist aura suddenly rushed into the sky and spread rapidly toward the northwest. After a long time, he closed his eyes tiredly and said, "Continue forward. The target is 1,500 miles ahead. Set up camp. Advance at the fastest speed." Yes, that night, it was still snowing heavily. Since the start of the war, the heavy snow in the northwest had never stopped. Shao Qinyu sat in the tent and waited quietly. He seemed to be waiting for something. He waited very peacefully and steadily. The next moment, he suddenly felt something. The tent door fluttered without wind, and Shao Qinyu stood quietly in the snow. That pair of eyes that had seen through the affairs of the world looked indifferently toward the northwest. In the wind and snow, a voice said with some difficulty, "Is it second brother Shao?" Shao Qinyu said calmly, "Yes. Second in the big clan, a Shao of the immensity sea southeast." The person sighed softly. Then, the wind and snow in the sky parted abruptly, and a white figure suddenly appeared in midair. A person with a head full of white hair and a body that was tall and straight like a sword suddenly appeared. It was just that his eyes were filled with helplessness, tiredness, and sadness. I really didn't expect second brother Shao to come personally. To be honest, I also didn't expect that I would personally make this trip. Shao Qinyu sized up the other party and sighed. "Chuanbua, these years. You have also aged." That person was Li Chuanbua. He looked at Shao Qinyu with a complicated expression and said, "Second brother Shao, can I have a word with you?" At this moment, the people from the Shao clan had already come out of their tents. All of them looked at Li Chuanbua as if they were facing a great enemy. Shao Qinyu said indifferently, "All of you can leave. I want to have a word with my brother." "Elder Master, you must be careful." After all, we are enemies now. If. Before one of them could finish, he was stopped by Xiao Qinyu's sharp gaze. Xiao Qinyu said word by word, "Since when do I need your permission for my decisions?" That person was immediately drenched in sweat and knelt on the ground. "Elder Master, I was speaking nonsense, humph." After a cold snort, the two middle-grade supreme martial artists had already disappeared at the same time, as if they had never appeared at all. In the wind and snow, a pot of wine was slightly hot. Two wine cups were separated on the left and right, facing each other. A table made completely of ice and snow was quietly placed in the pure white snow. Second brother Xiao, the last time we drank together was about 4,000 years ago, right? Li Chuanbo looked at the stone table and said with a sense of melancholy, "That's right. Your memory is still so good. The last time, it was me who brought the wine and you went hunting. Your barbecue skills are really not bad." Xiao Qinyu's hands were behind his back. When his hawk-like sharp eyes saw this stone table and the 2 cups of hot wine, a sense of melancholy rose in them. "Second brother, please take a seat. I'll go and hunt a few prey. This time, since second brother has come to the northwest, I should naturally do this." Li Chuanbo cupped his hands and turned around. "I like to eat snow chicken drumsticks." Seeing Li Chuanbo turn around, Xiao Qinyu added lightly, "Good. Second brother will definitely be satisfied." Li Chuanbo replied calmly. Then, with a flash, he had already disappeared in the wind and snow. After watching Li Chuanbo disappear for a long time, Xiao Qinyu then slowly, very slowly, let out a long, long sigh. After Li Chuanbo left Xiao Chunyu's line of sight for a long, long time, he finally let out a long, long sigh. He sighed softly. After a full hour, Li Chuanbo finally came back with a big bundle of snow chicken drumsticks and a mountain of dry firewood. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. Instead, he was just like a woodcutter in the mountains who was busy making a living. He was carrying dry firewood that far exceeded the weight he carried on his back. Xiao Qinyu was still standing with his hands behind his back. His expression was as calm as before, but his heart was surging up and down like an overflowing sea. His emotions at this moment were so complicated that even his mouth tasted bitter. With Li Chuanbo's cultivation, if it was just to hunt some ordinary snow chickens, how would it take him such a long time? However, just a stomp of his foot could kill tens of thousands of them. As for dry firewood, it was just a matter of waving his hand, and the dry firewood would automatically fall into his hands. However, it took him a full hour to prepare all these things. Then, what exactly was he doing during this period of time? Was he feeling the same as himself, surging with emotions? With a crash, Li Chuanbo placed the dry firewood on the ground. Then, with a shake of his hand, a large number of basins and jars appeared out of thin air. They were all seasonings for barbecue. "Second brother, please wait a moment. I'll start now. Later, I'll let second brother try my culinary skills and see if they have deteriorated," Li Chuanbo said as he busied himself. A dignified supreme martial artist, a peerless expert, was actually meticulous in his cooking. However, the vital points on his back were completely exposed to Xiao Qinyu just like that. He was completely defenseless against it. At this moment, if Xiao Qinyu had the intention to harm him, he only needed one palm strike to consign Li Chuanbo to eternal damnation. Chapter 1486. In front of Xiao Qinyu, Li Chuanbo was completely exposed. He did so without the slightest bit of precaution. He did it very naturally, without the slightest bit of reluctance. It was as if everything was supposed to be like this. Under such circumstances, even if the other party was not a rank-grade supreme martial artist like Li Chuanbo, an 8th-grade supreme martial artist, or even a 7th-grade supreme martial artist would be enough to take Li Chuanbo's life with one strike. How many times in his life would someone as strong as Li Chuanbo be so defenseless? Could it be that he didn't know that the current Xiao Qinyu was no longer on the same path as him? Xiao Qinyu's sharp eyes kept watching him busy. His gaze became deeper and deeper. In the end, it was inexplicably covered by a thin layer of mist. He seemed to sigh softly, and a few ripples finally appeared on his calm face. Chapter 782. One can warm the wine when cold, but how to warm the heart when cold? Uwinua smiled and said, "Let's do it together. It's faster this way. I haven't done this for a long time. Don't forget how to do it." As he said that, he squatted down and started to fiddle with the dry wood. Two mid-grade supreme martial artists, two of the top tyrants of the generation, just like that. One plucked the feathers from the chicken leg and the other got the dry wood, then mixed the seasoning and started the fire. Throughout the whole process, they didn't use any of their cultivation at all. They just swayed back and forth in front of each other's eyes. If either of them were to make a move at this time, they would have absolute confidence in killing the other. There was no difficulty or risk at all. However, the two of them were busy from beginning to end, as if they couldn't care about anything else at all. They threw themselves wholeheartedly into the big project of barbecuing, and their expressions were very solemn and dignified. When the fire finally rose into the sky, these two tyrants ended up with smoke all over their bodies. There were inevitably a few more stains on their usually dignified faces. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Then, the two of them didn't care about their image at all. They directly sat down in the snow and gently fiddled with the fire in front of them. Shoulder to shoulder, the two of them were very focused and didn't say a word. Chapter 782. One can warm the wine when cold, but how to warm the heart when cold? They were fully focused on turning the chicken leg, sprinkling seasoning, occasionally stirring the fire and putting some dry wood. Just like back then, thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, there were two teenagers who were in the same situation as they were now. They were barbecuing themselves in a sorry state. Perhaps it was because they were careless, or perhaps it was because the other party was playing tricks on them. They smeared their faces and bodies like dirty little kittens. However, their hearts were filled with happiness. They had no grudges and were carefree and happy. Everything was silent except for the sound of snowflakes falling from the sky. There was also the crackling sound of dry wood burning. Waves of fragrance wafted in the air. The snowy chicken drumstick was already half-cooked. The two of them seemed to be really good at barbecuing. The two of them, who were focused on roasting the meat, still did not speak. They seemed to be very patient, and also seemed to be enjoying the process as they continued to work hard. After a long, long time, a voice broke the silence. "Second brother, do you remember that you were the one who taught me how to barbecue? That year, you were 15 and I was 13. Xiao Qinyu's usually deep and clear eyes actually showed a trace of mistiness. He subconsciously laughed mischievously. Yes, at that time, our parents' generation, we're all missing. The two of us who lost our fathers at the same time got together for a period of time. At that time, at that time, it was really good. We were like brothers to each other." There was the warmth of reminiscence in Li Chuanbuo's eyes. Who would make others so anxious before they knew it? "I still remember when I was being hunted down by that human butcher with 1,000 hands. But second brother, you brought people to save me." The brothers fought together. At that time, Big Brother hadn't gone missing yet, right? Yes, Big Brother hadn't gone missing yet. Xiao Qinyu echoed almost subconsciously. Suddenly, he asked, "You're talking about?" Li Chuanbuo said softly, "I'm talking about Big Brother. The real Big Brother is not Yi Chanshan." There was reminiscence in Xiao Qinyu's eyes. If Big Brother was still around, I believe that our big family would definitely not have reached this stage today. But Big Brother's whole family went missing for no reason. Li Chuanbuo chuckled. "It's rare for brothers to gather together. Why bring up those troublesome things? I should be punished, second brother." Xiao Qinyu laughed. "It's indeed second brother's fault. I'll punish myself with 1 cup later. If 1 cup isn't enough, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Li Chuanbuo chuckled. "There's enough wine today. Second brother doesn't need to take the opportunity to cheat us to drink." Xiao Qinyu rolled his eyes. "You little, is your second brother that kind of person?" Li Chuanbuo smiled cheekily and said, "Of course second brother isn't that kind of person. You've always just done and not said." The two of them chattered endlessly and started to talk about some of the interesting things that happened when they were young, or exposed each other's shortcomings. They laughed loudly from time to time. "You patted my shoulder with your dirty hand, and I ruffled your hair." Both of them were monster-level old men who were more than 10,000 years old. At this moment, They were laughing as innocently as babies. They were so happy that they were like two innocent children. It was just that happiness, even if they laughed for a while and laughed for a long time, was ultimately not the only happiness in life. No matter how many interesting things there would always be a moment when they were done talking. Finally, I seem to have forgotten when it started. We all started to go into seclusion and started to work hard. Improving our cultivation became the most important goal in our eyes. Li Chuanbo chuckled. When we completed one goal and came out, we realized that the clan had already become a huge entity. Our initial goal was no longer enough, so we continued to go into seclusion and continue to improve. I really don't know how many times we went into seclusion. When we came out of seclusion, all of us brothers missed each other. Yi Chunshin personally sent a letter to invite all of us brothers for a gathering. I still firmly believe that gathering didn't have any utilitarian motives. Second brother, do you believe that? Xiao Qinyu sighed. I do. I also believe it. But when we got there, we realized that all of us had changed. All of us had become very scheming and shrewd. Some of the jokes that we were used to and had become natural could no longer be made. Therefore, our interactions with each other became less and less because none of us knew how to speak to our brothers anymore. Should we use diplomatic language? Then we might as well not say anything. But that time, we were still dead drunk and went our separate ways happily. Everything was revealed without saying anything. It was also a happy thing, said Li Chuanbo softly. And during the second gathering, there seemed to be more interactions, but no one dared to get drunk anymore. That time was at my house. Xiao Qinyu shook his head and sighed softly. The third gathering, I remember that Lan Buhui and Qin Yingfeng got into a fight. That time was at the Ling clan. They beat the Ling clan into a pulp. In a fit of anger, Ling Muyang chased the two of them out. Everyone parted on bad terms. That was probably the last gathering of all of us brothers. Li Chuanbo was rather taken aback. He said, yes, ever since then, we haven't gathered all of our brothers together. And now, Lan Buhui is actually already dead. Xiao Qinyu sighed softly. We can't gather anymore. Li Chuanbo looked up at the sky and sighed. Yes, we can't gather anymore. There won't be any more opportunities for us brothers to gather together. The two of them stopped what they were doing at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the flying snow in the sky, lost in thought. I don't know when it started. Our clans started scheming against each other. Originally, that was something that was very hard to imagine. In fact, I didn't even believe that such a day would come. That day, Li Chuanbo frowned rather sadly. When exactly did it start? Second brother, do you still remember? Xiao Qinyu patted him on the shoulder. How can I not remember? It was that time 8,400 years ago? That time, Yi Chunshin let you down. I know everything about that matter from beginning to end. But I didn't care. Li Chuanbo broke into a smile and said, Second brother, you remembered wrongly. It wasn't 8,400 years ago. It was 8,530 years ago on the 5th day of the 10th month. Second brother, that day was my birthday. Xiao Qinyu was silent for a while. Then, he used his hand to fiddle with the drumstick and said dispassionately, the drumstick isn't done yet. Let's not talk about those things of the past. Li Chuanbo chuckled and said, since it's something of the past, there's no harm in talking about it. It was from that time, from that day onwards, that everyone suddenly realized that one could also scheme against each other and bully each other. If Li Chuanbo could tolerate it, then who else could? Who else could I bully? And so, chaos finally appeared. Xiao Qinyu said again, don't talk about it. I said don't talk about it. Li Chuanbo smiled. Second brother and Yi Chunshin are good friends. If you don't want me to talk about it, then I won't talk about it. Then, he chuckled and said, the drumstick is done. It's finally done. I can finally taste second brother's culinary skills again. I was still doubting whether there would be such a day. Xiao Qinyu raised his face and tilted his head up fiercely. He opened his mouth wide and faced the sky to welcome the falling snowflakes. His eyes, however, were tightly shut. His face was still as calm as the sea. His throat was bulging so clearly, like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. It was as if anyone would be able to cut it with a knife. Li Chuanbua looked at his throat and smiled. Second brother, you're still my second brother. This will never change. Xiao Qinyu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His smile was somewhat miserable. Aren't you my brother too? Will it change? The spicy, fragrant, and crispy roasted snow drumstick was placed on the table, giving off a rich fragrance. However, the wine that was still warm just now had already turned cold. In fact, it had even condensed into one in the wine cup. Xiao Qinyu was a little stunned. He said, "The wine has turned cold. Let me warm it up." Li Chuanbua shook his head somewhat sadly. He said, "The wine can still be warmed when it turns cold, but can the heart still be warmed when it turns cold?" Xiao Qinyu was taken aback. He said subconsciously, "No." Li Chuanbua smiled, as if he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. He said evenly, "Since we're in the northwest, let me warm the wine." He reached out and held both cups of wine in his palms. His hands actually trembled a little as he said, "It's really cold." Would a low-grade supreme martial artist care about a piece of ice? How cold could it be if it was really cold? However, Xiao Qinyu continued in a deep voice, "It's really cold." Chapter 1487. Heat gradually rose from Li Chuanbua's palms. The wine gradually dissolved and became as clear as jade again. The wine has been warmed. It's a pity that after the wine has dissolved, the taste of the wine has disappeared, Li Chuanbua said softly as he stared at the wine in his palms. Xiao Qinyu was silent for a moment before he said, "Since the taste of the wine is gone, we can't drink to our heart's content. Let's change it." "But if we change it, it won't be the original 2 cups anymore," Li Chuanbua said somewhat sadly. "Wine is still wine. It can still intoxicate people." Xiao Qinyu said softly. Both of them heaved a long sigh. The wine had been changed. Their spirits were also lifted. Even if they forced a smile, this was also the last time they would be together in this life. "Second brother, please." "Chuanbua, please. The first time we drank wine 10,000 years ago. At that time, we were in high spirits and gave pointers to the world. What a joy it was. 1,000 years ago, we drank wine many times. At that time, the world was already settled. We were satisfied and carefree. 1,000 years ago, we drank wine, but there were already many sighs. Time passed just like that. It's hard to turn back time. For 1,000 years ago, we drank wine. We were still brothers. What couldn't we say? What couldn't we say? Never said. Only you and me." At this point, both of them fell into silence at the same time. It was an indescribable silence. The next moment, both of them raised their heads and drank ferociously. After 3 pots of wine went down their stomachs, Li Chuanbua laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, the 3 pots of wine flew far away. However, there were more than 10 pots of unopened fine wine on the table. Li Chuanbua took a pot and slapped the clay seal with his palm. He smiled and said, "A pot of turbid wine consumes the remaining joy. Farewell today, don't be in a dilemma." Xiao Qinyu's eyes were hazy. He grabbed a pot of wine and recited, "Life and death, victory and defeat. We are all brothers, cold in the heart of heaven." Just as he finished, both of them suddenly froze at the same time. An indescribable emotion rose silently. In that instant, their hearts actually ached. This was a wine writ. It was written by Ling Muyang when they drank together before the brothers established a big clan. This was the last 4 lines. At that time, all the brothers said that this wine writ was really well done, and it was passed down. But the words life and death, victory and defeat, we are all brothers were true. And now, when it came to Xiao Qinyu and Li Chuanbua, life and death, victory and defeat, the words were still the same, but it had its own implications. However, they were poles apart from each other. Poles apart. A pot of turbid wine was enough to satisfy the remaining joys. Indeed, all the joys of the brothers for the rest of their lives were in a pot of wine today. After today, there would be no more. For a moment, both of them felt an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. He couldn't help but be stunned. Li Chuanbua gulped down the entire pot of wine, feeling as if there was a fire burning in his stomach. he said in a seemingly unintentional manner. Life and death, victory and defeat. We are all brothers. Haha, second brother. I wonder if we will still be brothers after this drinking session? Xiao Qinyu lowered his head slightly and said softly, Morning thunder is missing. It was a little gloomy and low. Li Chuanbuo's hand trembled. Oh, of course, he knew about Xiao Qinlei and the relationship between Xiao Qinlei and Xiao Qinyu. He was greatly surprised by Xiao Qinlei's disappearance and also felt a trace of shock. No wonder Xiao Qinyu actually came personally. He went missing when he was fighting with the master of the Calamity Sword, Xiao Qinyu said indifferently, but his eyes flashed coldly. Li Chuanbuo shook his head, breathing heavily. His emotions were no longer as calm as before. The master of the Calamity Sword is helping the Li clan now. This is already a fact that no one can deny. The truth is the truth. Xiao Qinyu closed his eyes. His voice gradually became fierce as he said word by word, This feud is absolutely irreconcilable. He helped the Li clan, so I am here to deal with them. If they are defeated and die, the Li clan will have no backing and will be finished as well. Although I am not directly dealing with you, I am still dealing with you. Xiao Qinyu had already made himself very clear. This feud is absolutely irreconcilable. Li Chuanbuo fell silent. He lowered his head and didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he spoke again. Second brother, let's drink. The two of them remained silent, drinking one cup after another. However, their eyes no longer met each other's. The harmonious atmosphere from before finally had a flaw. It didn't take much time for 13 jugs of wine to be gone just like that. The two mid-stage supreme martial artists didn't use their cultivation to suppress or dissolve the alcohol. At this moment, they were both a little tipsy. Putting aside their powerful cultivation, the two of them were both old men who had lived for more than 10,000 years. Although their bodies were far stronger than ordinary people, their alcohol tolerance might not necessarily be high. Li Wubo held his ring between his fingers. With a shake, 7 to 8 jugs of wine popped out again. Second brother, this wine is what we used to like to drink the most. It is a genuine stock from 4,000 years ago. This is all I have. Let's just drink all of it today. All right, let's drink all of it. Xiao Qinyu agreed readily. The two of them no longer used wine cups to hold the wine, as if they felt that drinking with wine cups was too slow and not refreshing enough. Although they knew that when they finished drinking all of this wine, it would be equivalent to drinking all of their 10,000 years of brotherhood, the two of them still took a jug each and gulped it down. Because the two of them were drinking too fiercely, a lot of the thick wine had already reached their faces. However, the two of them did not care about it at all. They just drank in big mouthfuls, as if drinking was the only thing they could do at the moment. As the wine slid down their faces, their eyes were a little red. The moment they lifted their fourth jug of wine, Li Chuanbuo suddenly reached out and pressed down on Xiao Qinyu's jug. Wait, what? Xiao Qinyu narrowed his drunken eyes and said, Chuanbuo, do you have anything else to say? Li Chuanbuo said loudly, Yes, I have something to say. Say it. I'm listening. Xiao Qinyu tilted his head and shouted in a low voice, There's something that I've been suppressing in my heart for thousands of years. Today, I must get to the bottom of it. If I miss today, I'm afraid this matter won't be seen again. Li Chuanbuo's eyes became dangerous. Back then, after Big Brother June and his family went missing, Big Uncle still had a younger brother. Since he's Big Uncle's younger brother, we naturally have to address him as Uncle. His name is Jun Han. Second brother, you should still remember him, right? Xiao Qinyu's eyes narrowed. Of course I remember. Big Brother's disappearance wasn't done by the two of you. I'm completely sure of this. However, Uncle Jun Han's family didn't go missing. Instead, their entire family was massacred. Who did it? Tell me. Li Chuanbuo's eyes were as sharp as lightning as he looked at Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu frowned but didn't answer. After a long time, he said with difficulty, I do know the whole story. However, the only thing I can tell you is that I didn't do it. Of course I know you didn't do it. The two of us were drinking that day. What I want to ask you is, who did it? I didn't say it was you. I've never doubted you either. Li Chuanbuo's gaze and tone became aggressive. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of sadness. It was only after a few months that I found out about such a huge change. I asked you immediately. At that time, you said you didn't know. You even accompanied me to search for the culprit in the pugilistic world. I believed you because I've never doubted you. But now you're saying that you know the whole story? Back then, second brother, did you just watch as I searched for the culprit in the pugilistic world like a fool? You even accompanied me to search for the culprit. Were you playing a game with an idiot? Xiao Qinyu avoided his gaze. Yes, I lied to you back then. Haha. Li Chuanbo burst into laughter. However, the flames in his eyes were extinguishing bit by bit. You're loyal. You're really loyal. The great Xiao Qinyu is actually willing to play a game with an idiot brother. What a good brother. Xiao Qinyu's face suddenly turned red. He was suddenly furious. What do you know? Do you know the powerful relationship between the two of us? If I had told you back then, your Li clan would have been long gone. Long gone. Do you know? Oh, you're afraid of harming the Li clan. I'm really grateful for second brother's deep affection for me. But what about now? Now that you've revealed the truth, aren't you afraid that the Li clan will be gone? Li Chuanbo tilted his head and asked somewhat mockingly. Xiao Qinyu heaved a heavy sigh and said, Brother, this is the last drink of our lives. I know. That's why I have to ask you clearly. Li Chuanbo chuckled. You and I both know very well that our fathers were once one of the tribulations back then, and Big Brother Jun's father is the master of the tribulation sword, Jun Lai. Our fathers all respectfully addressed Uncle Jun Lai as Big Brother. Then, on the same day, their whereabouts became unknown. Uncle's entire family went missing in an even more bizarre manner. Uncle Jun Han was the only one left in the layered heavens with the surname Jun. However, Uncle Jun Han's entire family was massacred and annihilated one night for no reason at all. Li Chuanbo asked, at that time, the major clans had yet to truly form, but throughout history, there have only been major clans on the continent and no 10 superclans. During that period of time, our fathers had already turned the layered heavens upside down. Other than our own clans, there were no other experts who could threaten Uncle Jun Han anymore. Even if there were still people who had that kind of ability, they definitely wouldn't have the guts to do so. Touching Uncle Jun Han would be equivalent to touching the future most powerful clan at the same time. Killing Uncle Jun Han's entire family would be equivalent to committing suicide, or even having the entire clan buried with them. The only reason I can think of is that you guys were afraid that Uncle Jun Han would also want a share of the loot, so you guys harmed him? Li Chuanbo asked fiercely. Is that so? Tell me, is that so? Xiao Qinyu didn't reply for a long time. However, he finally replied, yes. That was what they thought back then. Why would they still want to give away a piece of the existing territory of the major clans, and even possibly the best and most fertile piece of land? Therefore, Yi Qianqian, Lan Buhui, Chen Yingfeng, Shi Baoxiao, and Zhuge Zhangqiong joined forces. Zhuge Zhangqiong came up with a plan. Yi Qianqian poisoned them, and they attacked the Jun family together to wipe them out. They had asked me about this matter before. I didn't participate, but I didn't stop them either. However, for some reason, Ling Muyang found out about this matter. Ling Muyang personally took action in disguise and eventually rescued Uncle Jun Han's 5-year-old child, Jun Wei. From then on, Ling Muyang became the target of public criticism. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.